incredible.
Yeah, you want some? You want the good drugs?
Ooh, we got the good right here.
Nobody can even envision that. It's impossible to even think about.
We're gonna mend this with the Browns right now. All right, because I guarantee you, they're like, why are they saying all these mean things about us, Mr. Wilson? Let me see. I'm looking at your chart here. You're fat. Also, it doesn't say it on the chart here, but I think you're an a-hole.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and we got a beautiful, it's still cold as hell, a beautiful autumnal day in Ohio. And we are one day closer to the Cleveland Browns versus the Baltimore Ravens. The Cavs got the great short-handed win. Who's got the Miami flu now, sucker? And winter meetings are going on. The Guardians probably not going to do a damn thing. But we got a great open there, courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. And FanDuel Sports Network. We got Jake Murrin holding it down on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, doing the producing today. Matt Corelli giving us the old 2020s. Meredith Kane will be in later today on the 2020s as well. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. How are you today?
Feeling relatively good today.
Yeah, you said it was cold. I didn't even wear a jacket today.
All right. See, I don't know that I was
flexing on that, but I didn't even wear a jacket today.
You're already the umbrella supremacist. Now we got
No.
You just got cold jeans.
You know what it is? It's I went to Summit Sound and they hooked me up with that remote starter, and now I get in my car, and usually when you get in your car, it's so cold, and you're like, this is the reminder that I need my jacket, and now I get in the car and it's warm, and I don't even think about needing a jacket.
What a life you live in North Solon. I mean, just...
Hey, and Summit Sound can do that for you guys as well.
Look at that.
Check them out over there. Good people.
Now, they can't get you to North Solon, but they can help you with that car starter.
They can get your remote start, I'll tell you that much. But now I forget that I'm cold. I get in my car, and I'm like, oh, the weather's nice. I just think the weather's nice. And so I left without a jacket. I've not had a jacket more days than not this week.
I don't know why, but when you said, as you were saying this, I was getting angry at you.
Why?
I don't know. I was like, I can't relate to people who are cold, and I don't know something about that. That's
a remote starter for $419 installed. I mean, they're basically giving it to you, Nick.
We do have to say, by the way, happy birthday to my grandpa Tom. My grandpa Tom is my dad's dad. This is the spryest. Let's see, count the two. 86-year-old man you've ever met. He's the most dapper 86-year-old man you've ever met. And he's showing me a roadmap if I want to get to longevity that I could follow. But as of right now, I'm just not doing a damn thing. Yeah. But he's got it. He's like, just
at least you have it in the genes.
Yeah. Like, hey, here's this roadmap. Follow this, and I'll be like, I will have another cheeseburger.
So what does he do? Like work out and such?
Yeah, he just keeps active. He's very active.
You have to stay active. That is the point. You have to stay active.
I think he and my grandma Penny played tennis until they were 80. Or till my grandfather was 80.
Yeah.
And then I think they had to give it up because they're getting, like, shin problems.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, they're just out and about. And, I mean, even, by the way, like, making new friends in their 80s, which is damn hard for me to do, and I'm 40. And I found out that an acquaintance of Daryl is going to have lunch with my grandparents.
There you go.
And they just met through the real estate connections because my grandparents used to work in real estate. And I'm like, you guys really, you got it. You got your bleep together.
Elisa's grandma job when she lived to be 95, and in her 90s, early 90s, especially when she went to the nursing home, then she made all sorts of new friends.
Oh my gosh!
And it was like all these people that at the very end of her life, and I always thought about this. I'm like, at the very end of her life, she's got all these people that for 90 years just didn't exist to her, and then for the final 5 are like the most involved people in her life.
I think that's so. What's crazy about that is I've had like a friend pass away at a young age. And I remember thinking, like, I'm in this very important position with family. I'm being counted as family. And I've known him for 10 years. Or at that time, I think it was like 12 years. But, like, everybody else knew him for, like, 33 years, 34 years. And I remember being like, there was a little bit of imposter syndrome because I'm like, have I earned this? I imagine you've got to feel that way at the end with, like, when like a 96-year-old, if you were just there for the last 10 years.
I think it's incredibly awkward or odd, or you have to have that moment, right? Even like, and forget her friends for a second, just like me, who she knew for 8 years before she passed away. And it's like, you lived a long time without even knowing anything about my existence. For me to be like in the room as she's passing is like, Like, there's going to be somebody that's in that room for myself when I'm passing that I've only known for like 6 or 7 years and be like, oh, so you made the cut here, didn't you? You're here.
Got in under the wire.
Didn't even see that coming. Nobody saw that coming. How did this happen?
But happy birthday, Grandpa Tom. This conversation.
He's 86. He's got like 10 more years, right?
I got to be honest with you.
Maybe 15 more.
He's making it to 100. That man, and he's got a goal too. He wants to live to be 100.
This is biological, Grandpa?
No, that's my yeah.
Oh,
I don't like that.
I rescind the genes comment.
No, well, yeah, clearly.
I was just thinking about the
There's
genes.
nobody who thinks this guy's got good genes anyways.
Like no one on the male side for genes from my family made it past 76. So like I always think like 76 has to be the number.
But were they trying?
But it would be very. Oh yeah. They would think they were trying.
Would they stay active?
They didn't unalive themselves, Nick. It just kind of happened.
Okay, but just because you're not unaliving yourself doesn't mean you're trying, right? Did they stay active like Grandpa Tom did?
Yeah, I mean, by all accounts.
By all accounts, I'm spinning this to a positive. I'd
love to have inspiration, right? Like if it was your Grandpa Tom was your biological grandpa, then I could be like, all right, great. Like you saw 86 there, and that's your grandpa. So like if he makes it to 100, you might go to 120. You don't even know. But like they've shown you the path.
He still has shown me the path.
Seeing the path is
get off your ass. I think
thing.
Is the path.
Yeah.
Now, this being said, we
Jack said he thought that I'd live to be 92 yesterday.
Jax did?
Yeah, Jack said 92 for me.
Someone's trying to get a job. I mean, as of right now, I think he can make it to 80.
You don't see it? You don't see 92?
I think he can make it to 80.
Only 80?
For now. If you show me something, I can say...
Only 80?
Let's be honest. Oh. If you said 60 right now, I'd think you're kissing my ass. For me. So I feel like 80 is
60 a nice number for you?
I think if we make it to 60 at this point, what I've done the first 40 years...
Only 20 more years?
60 is a real accomplishment.
Only 20 more?
I'm going to get into the gear one of these days. Don't you worry about it.
Only 20 more?
Not today, and it wasn't yesterday. But maybe tomorrow, I'm going to hit that accelerator button and start taking this whole thing seriously.
Well, at least you're living now. You're spending 5 hours hanging out with us. You're living.
Now, all this being said, we got to get to what Tommy Reese had to say today because it's interesting. Both Tommy Reese and Bubba Ventrone said things today, and I was like, wow, they sound more like head coaches than the damn head coach of the Cleveland Browns does. But we own that. Now, that being said, I saw this happen right before I shut down the computer to come in here. Mm-hmm. The amount of people that I saw, and I don't know if it's just I clicked into one tweet and then that begat 75 other tweets because of how algorithms work. The amount of people that suggested not only are they not watching the Browns game this weekend, but that they are also hoping that the Browns lose. Made me feel really... I was super up because Grandpa's birthday, and Grandpa's one of my great heroes. He's a great dude. And then I saw I'm not paying attention to this game this weekend, and I hope they lose.
I did not see the hope they lose thing from like that perspective. I did see it from the let's get the number one overall pick perspective, though. I've seen that every day since Sunday. And I always think that's a way of people just kind of, I don't know, making themselves feel better about a loss in the moment. I really at the heart of it think that's all that is.
I think it's hope. I think it's really hard at 2-7 when you just lost to the Jets to feel hope. And for all things we can say about having the number one pick, the number 2 pick's nice. There's really only one draft pick that you can have, no matter if there's a quarterback in the draft or not, that you can just huff paint fumes off hope for that, right? Mm-hmm. And that's the number 1 pick.
Well, and even that, there's no guarantee of anything, and also it might take longer than not to go ahead and get everything turned around.
What I thought was interesting about this is I saw a lot of people agreeing, but it wasn't about the number 1 pick.
Okay.
It was about I want them to sit in it. I want them to sit in their own filth, and I want them to feel the shame. Not them. Not. I want to be very clear. They're not talking about the players. They're talking about Haslam. They're talking about Stefanski. They're talking about Barry.
Yeah. Nick, it's a very unlikable group. The whole collective. I don't know that I've seen the fan base this united against Kevin Stefanski the entire time that he's been there. But not only Stefanski take it up above, I have not seen this much disdain for a collective group of people. More so than this Browns regime ever. I mean, it's incredible to me.
You know what's funny about that, though? So individually, like Andrew Berry's a nice guy. If you have in the interstitial moments before and after interviews, I like Andrew. I like Kevin Stefanski. I've never met Jimmy Haslam, or at least I can't think of a time where we've actually been like, hi, I'm Nick Wilson. Candidly, I'm Jimmy. And then we talk for 15
that
minutes.
That would be great if you guys do, he goes that route.
It's been more, I think, in passing, and I'm even struggling kind of to recall that. But, like, everybody tells me that Jimmy's a very charming guy. So there is the human beings who appear very, very, very likable and very accessible. But then there's some transfer. There's something that happens from that to football guys that you're right. Like, I don't root for Kevin Stefanski. I no longer root. I'm rooting for the Browns because that's my team.
Yeah.
But I'm not invested in these guys the way you think you would 6 years into this thing. And I'm certainly to a point where I don't want them to fail because all that's the pits. But I also can't say, man, I really hope they pull the nose up on this thing, because it's like, well, what evidence do I have that this is, if they pull the nose up this year, get to 5 wins, that all of a sudden you're gonna push that into something into 2026.
Well, it even goes down to, like, when we talk about quarterback selections, like, nobody thinks that if you get the number 1 overall pick that Andrew Berry could do this right. Mm-hmm. So the resounding thought is, all right, you get the quarterback, can they turn that quarterback into something? Well, we've had 12 quarterbacks now, and they haven't turned them into anything. And so I just think there's a lack of belief around the entire organization at this point, and that's turning into anger, which is festering into, I want them to sit in it, which is festering into why the conversations are the way that you're seeing them right now online.
We are so used to having in lost seasons, and that's at 2-7 coming off the Jets loss. The burden of proof is on them to show that this is not a lost season. I'm sure internally they're trying to fight against that narrative, right? But we're so used to, in this situation, being like, well, you got to start rooting for losses. I can't. I'm done with that. I'm rooting for a win on Sunday. And if they end up getting the number 1 pick or the number 2 pick, whatever it is, and there are 2 quarterbacks on the board, well, then I'll be happy with the end result. But in the moment, I can't root for losing, because that's just no way to live your damn life. All this being said, the myriad of responses, the idea that it's not just, I want to lose because we got to get the number 1 pick, ergo we got to get the quarterback, ergo that's the only way we're turning this around.
Good use of ergo.
I hope I'm not embarrassing Ken Carmen. Hopefully he doesn't use that tomorrow.
Nick Wilson.
I used the Nick Wilson word that everybody used. Gosh dang it, blang it. Now, that being said, that was out of pocket. I apologize to Ken. Not really.
I apologize for nothing.
Yeah. Now, all this being said, though, like, it's so interesting to see this early, because, again, we're halfway through the season. Like, conceivably, if they pull the nose up on this, you could get to 6 wins, which 4-4 down the stretch would feel like a tremendous success if you're Kevin Stefanski or Andrew Berry. But the idea that Browns fans have reached spite, like, I want you to lose.
Yeah.
And I want their pound of flesh isn't just, well, this guy's no longer with the organization. That's wild.
It comes from a good place, though, because obviously
I agree.
I think the fans want them to lose. They want them to sit in it. They want them to do all this, ultimately because they want the clean house. They want them to embarrass themselves so badly that when people like Ross come on, they have no defense of Kevin Stefanski. They want them to embarrass themselves so badly that it's not a conversation about should you get rid of the head coach at the end of the season. It just becomes, all right, fine. They've made peace with getting rid of him. We're just waiting and counting down the days. I think they just want to leave it not even close to up to interpretation or a question mark. I think they want it stamped down and solidified. We get brand new everything, because that's the only way we're going to eventually win around here.
And I don't think it's just a rejection of Stefanski and Berry, because I think it's easy just to say, well, these 6 years haven't worked out the way you've hoped. 6 years is a long time. Like Dan Orlovsky said yesterday, I still think we got a good coach here in Kevin Stefanski. I just think it's maybe run its course. I don't think it's just that. I think it's a rejection of 10 years of their process. 10 years of hey, they're really doing things in an intelligent way, and hearing that and time again. I mean, even the way the normalizing of the worst quarterback play in the NFL. Hey, he's a young quarterback. We got what murder?
Think about it, though.
Bill Barnwell put out an apology piece for Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah,
and it's
I don't know if that was an apology piece.
Who linked that, or who wrote that on behalf of Bill Barnwell?
No, he called him a backup quarterback by the end of that piece. I don't know that was necessarily that was not an endorsement of Dylan
those numbers
Gabriel
in a very rosy way.
Ultimately end up with saying he's definitely a backup quarterback. Like but that's either
he didn't
here nor
save
there.
the movie. The journey was the movie.
The point.
The end
The point is, though, is like,
misdirection.
for like yourself, for instance, you have gone so far in like course correcting the idea that you don't want football, or you want a football guy and you don't want any of these analytical people around you, that you basically have decided you could put like I don't know, a potato on a stick and hire them as a head coach if you thought he was a football guy. Like, and that's fine. I'm with you. Like, I agree with that. But that's how far we've gone. We'll take somebody with just absolute bird brains and mush for brains and be like, all right, is he a football guy? Because we're just so turned off by everything that is this regime right now that we're going too far in the other direction, and that's fine. But that's why, I mean, people are angry. They don't want this to exist anymore. They wish this part of the Browns was dead.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We are live on YouTube as well, as we are every single day. Make sure to like the YouTube, the live stream today. Make sure to show up in the YouTube chat as well. They're eating up us taking shots at the Morning Boys and them taking shots back at us. Guys,
Nick Wilson.
No. I used multi-syllabic words. I did it again. No. They won't have me back in Jackson. I don't even know where Canton he's from. I apologize for nothing. It's important. We set that tone.
I did you whisper it, though? I apologize for nothing.
You know what? You're right. I should say it with my chest. I should say it with authority.
Say it with conviction.
Say it with your chest. I apologize for nothing. 216-474-0092. Have you started to root against the Browns in season here? I can't. I cannot succumb to misery, even if I know I'm likely to be disappointed on Sunday. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. We got Bill Rabinowitz, a longtime Ohio State beat reporter, at 3:20. He had an interesting statement on Ryan Day almost being done with Ohio State last year before the national championship. No, not in the way you're thinking. Pete Futek at 4:20 today, college football news with another big weekend in college football. And we got Cash. Love it!
Hate it!
Coming up at 6:30 today, as we do every single Thursday. I finally got it right. It's finally Thursday. I'm not confused what day of the week it is.
Nick nailed it. Nick, fantastic job.
216-474-0092. Have you found yourself turning on this Browns organization and proof the organization might be souring on Dylan Gabriel? No matter what they say, that's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us, no trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible board-ins on Essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Ken Carmen and Anthony Lima are hitting the road along with 92.3 The Fan for a special charitable event benefiting shoes and clothes for kids. All listeners invited to join us Friday, November 21st at the brand new Bomber Sports Cards located at 203 East Royalton Road in Broadview Heights, 11 a.m. to 1 o'clock for a special edition of the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies. Come out and meet 92.3 The Fan and enjoy lunch from Donato's, Mission completely free. You got shoes and clothes for kids. We'll be on site collecting new socks and donations for all those in need. It's 92.3 The Fan's Shoes and Clothes for Kids event with Ken Carmen and Anthony Lima, Friday, November 21st at Bomber Sports Cards in Broadview Heights.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We've got quick hits coming up in just about 15 minutes. I do want to get to some of the callers we have here. And again, it was something I noticed before the show. And I'm glad he tweeted at us. Roberto Shenanigans was replying to another Browns fan. And that was where I saw the initial tweet where it's like not Roberto, but the initial tweet. I think it's 4 Orange, I think is the name of the account. Apologies if I got it wrong.
Deshaun Watson supporter?
I don't think so. I just think because he's 4 Orange.
Like FOR?
No. I think he's 4.
The number
like,
4.
Yeah, like I'm for this thing.
Yeah, when you put the number 4 in there, you're Deshaun Watson.
Maybe he was 4 Orange before Deshaun. Maybe he's just been riding out the whole Deshaun disaster. However, and basically it was not only am I'm not going to pay attention to the Browns on Sunday, but I'm rooting for them to fail. And the truth is, it's tough for me, and I said this in the beginning segment, it's tough for me to root against these guys, but it's tough for me to root for them because I don't relate with them, or I don't relate to them. There have been so many things that have happened that have been head scratchers, and like I can understand if Browns fans are bitter that you took a core in 2020 and then you never really got into like a championship window. You had 2 playoff appearances, 1 win, but you never became a credible threat. And if you had told somebody in 2020, hey, with Chubb, Baker, and Miles and all the other talents you've had, you're not going to become anything close to a credible championship threat in the next 5 years. There's no other way to consider that but a massive loss. That said, I cannot root against this team. This is separate the art from the artist.
Sure.
I can separate Stefanski and Barry and Haslam over here. I root for the players. And I think that's like there are still guys on this team, Wyatt Teller, Joe Bitonio, Miles, for everything I've said about Miles.
Yeah,
Miles
Joku,
Garrett,
there's a lot of guys like this for sure.
And even young guys like Fannin Jr., Schlesinger is such a stud, Mason Graham. I can give you 15 names of guys that I am rooting for. And I just think I think the cynicism of I'll show you, I want you to fail. I understand it wholeheartedly. I can't do that anymore either. It's the same thing with the way I can't embrace tanking anymore. I just can't. It sucks. It stinks. I don't want to live like that.
No, and I've told you before, I embrace tanking when there is a number 1 quarterback that is for sure on the board. And again, even with that, it's not a guarantee it's going to work out. But if you got one of those type of guys, then all right, we could do the tank thing. Rooting for losses stinks. And this early in the season, it absolutely stinks. But I think the difference here is that we've known this organization with this group now for 6 years, and it's just worn people out to the point where they will gladly root for the future, and they will gladly root against Stefanski and against Barry to ensure that you get something that isn't Stefanski and Barry next year and beyond.
Now,
so I understand that. I get that.
The current people, and again, we're going to get to some calls here in just a moment, but the current people in charge, including head play caller Tommy Reese, have stuck defiantly by Dylan Gabriel in spite being either the 31st or 32nd ranked quarterback in pretty much every major metric so far this season. Well, Tommy Reese today, obviously one of the things that Ross Tucker said he didn't like from Dylan on Sunday was the 2 4th-down sacks that he took. Tommy Reese talked about the 4th and 1 play and what if anything you would have changed.
You talk about a play call you want back, you start there. Had a lot of confidence in the call on third down that we'd pick up the first. Felt like we maybe lost a yard there, and look, in hindsight, you want to execute those situations. We made an aggressive play call. We didn't work out. They had a good call on defense, and we just didn't execute it at the end of the day. And, those are ones as a play caller that you want to always put your guys in the right position. We were running it pretty good at that point on that drive. So certainly could have handled that differently and executed it differently. So we'll learn from it. I'll learn from it and get better on it.
Go back to the 4th and 1. It did look like Tillman was open for a first down. Now, is the reason you feel the play call failed because you put the rookie quarterback in position of having to make a play that was not the right time to do it?
Yeah, I should have run the ball. I don't want to get into the specifics of the play itself. You can freeze almost any play, right, and say, hey, this guy's open, this guy's open. Great. I want to make sure I'm putting our players in the right spot. I made a call, an aggressive one. It didn't work, and we got to move on to the next.
Now, what's funny is...
That's awful.
What's funny is I think there are a lot of people saying, wow, he threw Dillon under the bus there by saying he should have called a different play. I actually took it the other way. I heard accountability because it is galactically stupid on multiple 4th and shorts that you drop your quarterback back when he's not a very good quarterback.
No,
in both those situations, you put that guy in a position to fail.
It's stupid, but I heard it as in what was dumb about the whole ordeal is the play call, and I shouldn't have done that because basically I learned my lesson. In trusting Dillon Gabriel on a 4th and short, that's not something I ever should have done, and next time I will just be running the ball.
Well, but by the way, I think that's not... You shouldn't put a rookie quarterback in those situations, and you sure as hell shouldn't do it twice in one game.
I know, but that is wild he said it the way that he did.
Yeah, but again, I don't hear
very little
it's a
confidence
Dillon
there.
problem. I hear it's a me problem.
Oh no, I heard it's a both parties problem, but I heard it's I'm going to be better and correct this because I can't possibly put him in that situation again because he's not going to be able to execute it and finish it off.
216-474-0092. Do you hear him maybe throw Dillon under the bus, or do you hear? I asked all week for accountability. I got a coach on that staff to say something and then explain his reasoning that lines up with football logic. In the second half of a game, which you should win when you're down, you shouldn't put a rookie quarterback, and certainly a bad one, in 4th and to-go situations.
So the problem here is that so there's an understanding that if you have Patrick Mahomes, for instance, you can make certain plays and you can do illogical football moves, right? And so I think what he's telling you there is that maybe he had a little bit too much confidence in Dillon Gabriel. I don't know where the confidence came from, but maybe he had too much confidence in Dillon to be able to execute and pull something off that Dillon was clearly not prepared for. It's like, all right, I learned my lesson. I touched the stove. I got burned. I'm not going to do that one again.
Shouldn't touch the stove when it's hot. Everybody knows that. Let's go with Norm in Kent. Norm!
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing all right, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, so, I had a moment here thinking about Haslam. He's the problem. He's the problem. It's him, as Taylor would say. So, you find it took 9 years to get rid of DePodesta, but just think about like a guy like Kevin Stefanski, he goes up through the ranks. I don't know what he did before Minnesota, but, he worked hard to get where he was. And can you imagine him sitting in the draft room and you got some baseball guy telling him that we should do this, that, the other thing? Wouldn't you just tell him to get the hell out of the room and go to the go across the street to help the Guardians? You know what I'm saying?
So what I will say
with
is,
that
and
is
thank
that,
you for the call, buddy.
So there's one clear problem there, Nick, is that DePodesta was one of the people spearheading for Stefanski to get the job.
Yeah, and also Kevin took the job knowing this was going to be the case.
Yeah, and so like it would be odd if then he turned around and was like, you know what, DePodesta, the guy that vouched for me and the guy that basically is the reason why I got the job, I think you're an idiot.
Yeah, and I think what's tough is
that just doesn't happen.
I do think Haslam has made it harder to identify and evaluate like your GM and your head coach. I do. That doesn't mean that those guys aren't bad at their jobs. Mm-hmm. I think that's the tough thing here is it's like Jimmy is 100% the problem and is a huge problem. And he's a problem in a myriad of different ways. At the same point, Stefanski and Barry might also not be good at their jobs. Both things can be true. Little sports cliche there. Yeah. Let's go with Jeremy in Sarasota, Florida. Jeremy, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How we doing?
Doing all right, buddy. What you got for us?
That's good. Hey, just a couple things. So I know yesterday Ken and Anthony, they were just talking about how you would be hearing if Shedeur, I guess, was doing better and stuff like that. So this is, I don't know if, I know you guys have had this guest on the show before. So Garrett Bush, you know, he does UCSS and stuff. And
I like you explaining Garrett to us, by the way, only because
you might not know this.
You should know.
Garrett's a former coworker.
We worked with Garrett for a long time.
We got a lot of G. Bush love.
I did pregame shows with Garrett for 6 years.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you guys are, y'all know Garrett and everything. But this morning, and he's been saying it for a couple weeks now, he's had players blowing up his phone. He said, just saying how this Dylan Gabriel experiment or whatever it is, it has to come to an end. Like these are words out of his mouth, and he's like, these aren't special teams players. These are legit players on the team that are reaching out to me, telling me this stuff. He said that this morning on the show. He said it the last couple of weeks, and then too as well. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of a guy named Brad Stainbrook.
Yeah, we know Brad too.
Yeah. So this was I subscribe to his, I guess.
Hey, Jeremy, if you follow this up being like, I don't know if you know a person named Mary Kay Cabot, I might lose my mind on you, Jeremy.
Have you heard of this fella? He's a bigger guy. His name's Ken Carman, Carman.
It's good radio host, Andy Baskin. I don't know.
I don't live down there, so I don't know who knows, stuff like that, right?
Real quick, we got about 30 seconds, buddy. What you got?
Yeah, no, so this was what he reported. So he said there's a growing disconnect in Berea on the best approach at quarterback. Some coaches want to see Shedeur get meaningful reps and start, while some think Dylan is still the best option right now. One source in Berea told me there's no chance flat out that Dylan is the long-term answer. And then he said this week that they are absolutely discussing right now that there's discussion in the building whether the Browns should start Shedeur Sanders this week. Kevin Stefanski is still focused on developing Dylan Gabriel, but some in the organization believe Shedeur might give them a better chance to win in a spark right now.
All right, Jeremy, we got a boogie buddy, but we will react to that, okay?
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you to Brad Stainbrook for that. Hopefully we didn't blow up your Substack there, buddy. But but if only Anthony Lima hadn't made a whole mission this entire week to say no one wants to hear Shedeur or nobody wants to see Shedeur play, only for G. Bush and Stainbrook to have their own kind of thing out there.
Yeah, people are having these conversations. The odd part to me, or the thing I find interesting, is that they do find a way to make some of the players that in the past have been vocal in other spots be not as vocal here. Jerry Jeudy's Exhibit A in this. Jerry Jeudy in Denver spoke often about the quarterback situation and everything.
It's been clipped here.
And he just doesn't really speak that way here. And I find that part to be the most interesting.
216-474-0092. Nelson, Jack, Larry, you guys stick there. So I guess maybe this is the part. What of the Browns' failures, whether it's this year, the 6 years with Barry and Stefanski, what's the disconnect with you as a fan? We do have quick hits coming up in 5 minutes as well on 92.3 The Fan.
infections, an increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Bill Rabinowitz coming up in 40 minutes. We'll talk Ohio State's dominance, their path to a national championship. There were some pretty strong takes about Ohio State as the 1 seed, which they remain in college football. But I asked everybody, what was the turning point for you with this regime? And for me, it was actually 2 things. One, it's more the excessive losing than anything. As bad as the Deshaun and Baker stuff looks, it's that which then led to three wins last year, which is a whole new low for them. Previously, they'd stuck around 7 or 8 wins as their low, and then following it up with another year where you just have no chance. You've got things you can win with, but you can't because you don't know how to build a team. And then you combine that with what I do think is a general arrogance about how they run the organization and how they react to questions. And this isn't just Kevin and Andrew. This is the organizationally big picture and how they communicate their message and how they filter and how they treat the beat. I watch all this stuff and I go, that's not how this should go. You got a lot of people working really hard, and I don't think there's enough respect there either. I think it's those 2 things on top of any other thing you might have.
Yeah, the losses are a big one. For myself, for me, it's how they've handled this quarterback situation the entirety of this year. And I already said in the offseason I would have fired them both, so I can't come back around and then be like, oh, yeah, no, this was, I've already declared that in the offseason. I can't come back and be like anything more has happened. But how they've done this quarterback situation while seemingly not having a plan at all is just mind-blowing to me.
But they got a plan.
They don't have a plan.
Because they told us they have a plan. They'd never lie to us.
They don't have a plan. They're magicians when it comes to getting people to believe that they are doing anything but trying to lose, and it's amazing to me the amount of people that this offseason fell for it.
216-474-0092. Let's go with Jack in Oberlin. Where are you with the Browns this season, and whether you've given up your focus for the rest of the year?
I'm doing mock drafts, man. I'm back in the bad days.
This is like vintage 2016 where it's not even we're in October 20th. We're putting out mock draft 1.0.
That's exactly right. Yeah, the thing for me especially with all of the analytics versus football guys discussion, I think all the analytics guys know how to do is tank. And I will giving credit to when they started doing the analytics, they set the team up well. Sashi Brown set the team up well, but you needed a football guy in John Dorsey to actually have a half-decent draft. Yeah. We don't have that playoff win without the trades Sashi Brown made to get those picks, to get Chubb, to get Ward.
Yeah, if they had, this is the weird thing about it is I actually.
Sorry, but think about what you're saying there for a second. And this is why the Packers conversation was yesterday. Was important. Is the idea that basically the Packers have had more success than the Browns have had in the previous 10 years. They've had it in the previous 2 years, right? And they're complaining. They're talking about getting rid of Jordan Love, getting rid of Matt LaFleur, all these things because there's a higher standard there, and there's something that you should aspire to be, and you should aspire to be more. We shouldn't frame one playoff win over this stretch as even having the tiniest amount of success.
Yeah, especially when I think some of the reason why things have cratered off and on is I think it's a hangover from tanking. I think it's once you get, again, it's hard enough to win in the NFL if you're trying to win, meaning you can try to win as much as you like and you still end up losing. Once you succumb to losing, especially when the owner is driving it and he is bought into it, oh boy, does it take. I mean, hell, guys, we're almost 10 years removed from the beginning of tanking, and they still haven't eradicated Loser mentality is the best thing I can think of. That feels really harsh. I'm not trying to call anybody a loser, but loser mentality that's just so damn prevalent.
And you can get out of it. You just need something. I feel like you need one of the two main spots to be incredibly special, right? Like the Lions lost for basically my whole lifetime. Then Dan Campbell happened. Something special, right? The Bills have, they for the past 20 years have just been awful. And then what happened? Josh Allen. I think you need something special to just basically, I'm not going to say fall into your lap, but like in many ways in the NFL, you do need a quarterback, a head coach, something special to happen to the franchise.
Let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, let's go here. We've got a clash of 2018 first-round quarterbacks this weekend. Baker Mayfield and the Bucs travel to face Josh Allen and the Bills. Baker spoke about Allen yesterday.
I have to walkie-talkie to him because he's so damn tall, so I can't really have a face-to-face conversation with him. In Buffalo, it's cold, it's rainy. Even though he's 6'10", his hands are small, so he better wear his gloves.
Allen was then relayed those comments and responded.
That's crazy. Baker wears 2 gloves golfing, so he's that type of guy. I love the guy. He's awesome.
All right. Has Baker closed the gap on Josh Allen and Lamar as the GOATs of the 2018 quarterback class?
No, and sadly enough, the past few weeks has almost brought Baker back down to earth in a way that I don't like talking about because I like Baker a ton. He's not looked good in recent weeks. There's a gap there. There's a sizable gap between them.
I think there's a gap, but I think the gap is much closer than what it was 3 years ago, certainly.
Well, I mean,
honestly, 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Starting off the season for the first 7 weeks and being in the MVP conversation was great. It was. That was really good. And doing it when he didn't have Godwin, when he didn't have Evans, when he was missing all sorts of different pieces, also tip of the cap to Baker. Like he's elevated himself in a very, very nice way. The past few weeks has not been good. I'm going to need another rebound from Baker in order to really kind of shift this thing forward.
Oh, I'm thinking less even about this season and more about just what Baker's Bucks reign has kind of done.
Well, I think he's got to go deeper in the playoffs. That's for certain.
So like an NFC title game?
I would just start with winning a playoff game in Tampa Bay.
Hasn't he? Wasn't he in the second round?
No. He lost to Washington last year.
No, 2 years ago. 2 years ago he won and then lost in the second round.
You're right, because then he lost to the Lions in the second round.
Yeah.
And that was the game. He actually had a really nice game that game.
And it didn't matter.
It didn't matter because the Lions secondary was absolutely broke. Yep. But even still, all right, so you got one playoff win. He had one playoff win here. I'm going to need him to start elevating that. I want like NFC title game appearances for Baker before we can start talking about really getting close to closing that gap. By the way, Josh Allen saying he wears 2 gloves in the golf course, that was the biggest insult of the whole entire clip.
What's the insult?
2 gloves?
I just started wearing 1 glove, so you're gonna have to bring me in on this.
It's like it just only.
Is it not manly?
Very much so. Because
golf is such a manly sport.
You asked if it was manly. I don't know. Again, I don't know that we describe anything as manly or not manly, but it's definitely a lame thing to do. There's a couple of square moves in the golf world.
The squarest sport on the planet.
Putting iron covers on your irons. One of them. Wearing 2 gloves is like. It's just a big no-no across the sport. If I saw somebody wearing 2 gloves in my group, it'd be an instant. I would notice it instantly, and then I would just think that's just man, that's not great. That's not great from that guy.
Omaha!
Too many shots at golf. LeBron tweeted about golf today, so golf's having a big come up lately.
I want to watch. Listen, if LeBron wants to play basketball, I'll watch that. LeBron wants to tweet about golf, I'm out.
I mean,
hey, by the way, we're going to teach a giraffe to play golf. People over 6'6" should not play golf.
What kind of take is that?
Because it doesn't look. It looks weird. The same thing of the same reason why the NBA isn't full of Spud Webb.
There are pros on the PGA Tour that are over 6'6".
How many of them are in the top 10?
Well, I mean, it's not a very tall sport in general. I'll grant you that, but there are pros that are over 6'6".
Yeah, there are pros at everything that don't meet the size requirements of a sport. So Dan Vogelbach has got like a 10-year.
Dylan Gabriel doesn't meet the size requirements of the sport.
Mostly quarterbacks have to be this tall to ride this ride.
So you're not here for LeBron's golf era?
No, I don't care.
He's tweeting out at YouTube golfers. He's trying to get all sorts of different matches lined up. Bronny was doing matches with Grant Horvat. Like, this is I think you're underselling the golf YouTube space.
No. Yeah, that's fine. Don't care. I like to play golf, but people are like, I want to aggressively talk golf. I want to aggressively talk about anything else.
I hate to break it to you. There's a lot of people our age that they're obsessed with the sport. This is how this works. I'm one of them.
No. Be obsessed with it. Let's not talk about it. Let's not watch it on the TV. Just go be obsessed by playing it. That sounds fun.
Well, Braun's way more into that and way more into watching YouTube golf, apparently.
Like, I don't know if you've noticed, but every time somebody really engages you in a golf conversation, especially like, these golfing YouTubers.
Well, Jax does that for me.
I walk right out of the room every time.
Oh, it's not for you.
Oh, no, I know.
The convo's not for you.
Oh, no. I know.
Yeah.
But you have to understand, there are so few things that will make me walk out of a room. And golf YouTubers, and not just
so that was the trick the entire time? I just need to talk YouTube golf and you'll leave?
I really got this hitch in my swing. You got any tips? No, I don't.
This is like the dance party for Katie now. I just know what to get you to leave if I ever need you just to leave in any given moment.
Maybe I'll be stubborn next time. We'll see.
And you might enjoy the convo. Tariq Skubal, Paul Skeens won Cy Young Awards last night. Skeens, this is coming off it was kind of polarizing. There was a report out there from NJ Advanced Media, Randy Miller, that had used an anonymous quote on the Pirates that said Skeens he wants to play for the Yankees and is essentially done playing with the Pirates. Now, he had to refute that all last night, and Skeens was like, I want to win a World Series with the Pirates. I only want to win a World Series with the Pirates.
Sure.
So, you're not buying that, I assume.
No, guy who dates a social media, an influencer, sensational. They're a power couple.
Ooh.
You think they're like, ooh, we really love the cozy confines of Yinzertown.
I think didn't she buy like Babe Ruth's condo in New York?
Yeah, she did.
She did, right?
Well, I remember she was getting static from the people in the building because they're like, she's a YouTuber. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, they were all mad about it as if like her money isn't good here, essentially.
Yeah.
But so she has like this big, nice place in New York.
Yeah.
They're setting it up. Skeens is going to end up being a Yankee.
Yeah, well, unless the Dodgers come in and they maybe we go ahead and delay $50 million a year for the rest of time, right? Dodgers can do just about anything. Like, all right, we're going to pay you $50 million a year. And then your children will get $50 million a year once they reach 18 as well until they die. Like, that's basically what the Dodgers are going to do to get Skeens.
Stop them, baseball. They won't.
216-474-0092. LeBron with golf. It's really tedious, right? Can we just all agree? It's a lot. We don't need that. And support for Dylan Gabriel from the darndest places. Jeff, Nelson, you guys stick there as well. More to come in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Get it.
The Kevin Stefanski Show is back tonight at 7 o'clock. You can catch the Coach's Show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Get a preview of Sunday's game every Friday morning. Browns analyst Nathan Segura on The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Fridays at 9 a.m. on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. And Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
You know, Dylan's a young quarterback, you know, he's on his first year, and his 4th game, you know, in the league. You know, there's a lot that he, you know, still got to learn, but, you know, he comes out here each and every week ready to improve, ready to get better. So, you know, that's all you can ask for as quarterback, you know, and as teammates, you know, we got to lean. You got to have somebody to lean on, and we're here for him.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Bill Rabinowitz coming up in 20 minutes. Longtime Ohio State beat reporter. I almost called him the offensive coordinator. He does not coordinate the offense down yonder in Columbus. But it's interesting, as we've talked about, the fury of Browns fans, the fans who saying, not only am I not going to watch you on Sunday, I'm going to go ahead and root against them. It's interesting to hear Jerry Jeudy become a company man for the Cleveland Browns as it relates to Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, I mean, it just in Denver, it felt like he was very vocal about everything and all the problems. And maybe this is him turning over a new leaf. I don't know. But it's just the part of this that is so amazing to me. They all feel like they're towing the company line here, and I don't know how that's working. Like, I don't know what voodoo Stefanski and Barry have on them. I don't know what they've been able to pull off, but like we did that caller at the end of the 220 segment, talked about how G. Bush on his show today had mentioned how he hears from players all the time that are talking about how like play Shador and all this other stuff, and all these other people that are coming up with these scenarios. It's like, yeah, they're talking about it, but they're not talking about it to the media, and I find that so fascinating.
Yeah, I think I'm going to call back to Jimmy Haslam at the owners' meetings about 9 months ago, where after the contract extension, Jimmy challenged Myles Garrett to be the not just the highest paid player, but the leader of the Cleveland Browns. I think these guys knew that this season was going to be potential for disaster, and I think they went out of their way to challenge their guys to be leaders, and I think they've kind of gone out of their way of calling Jerry Jeudy a leader. So what did we say yesterday? And this is... It's the idea of somebody putting on airs when you really see their actions, right? Oh, hey, we're accountable. And then I watch a team that does not have accountability because the same mistakes are being made. That's the same thing here. Like, I'm not saying Jerry is lying because I think he thinks he's doing what leaders do, which is right now Kevin Stefanski's behind Dylan Gabriel, which means Jerry Jeudy and the other leaders need to be behind Dylan Gabriel. I'm here to tell you, I do not buy for a second. And Jerry shorted him a game. He's had 5 starts. Yeah. He's 6 appearances. Because remember, his first appearance was the Ravens game. Yeah. So we're going on start number 6 here. So I don't believe that a locker room full of guys who know they might be down to the last 8 games of the NFL or their last game in the NFL, I don't buy for a second that this act of, hey, that's our quarterback. I don't buy it for a damn second. I just think this is guys, and I want to give them credit. I think it's guys trying to do right by their head coach and by their teammates, which means they are lying.
Well, it is an interesting combination. Like, so you mentioned Jerry Jeudy being an actual leader, and that would track in many ways. But what is it, like 13 different rookies on this team? Like, it's a very young team in general. Between first and second year players, they just have a ton of them. Like, I was thinking about it, like for next year. Like next year, we're probably gonna have like 25 different first and second year players. It's gonna be incredibly young, all things considered. But like those guys tend not to speak out. Those guys tend to just kind of fall in line. But I'll give Stefanski and Barry credit in a team full of people that historically would speak out about how disastrous this is going. There's not much of that happening right now.
Yeah, it's interesting because I know we've had, Lima come out over the last couple days, and it's really been a couple weeks that he's been pushing this narrative of like, where are the people calling for Shador Sanders? Where's the guys in the locker room saying that to the media? And the thing I will say is, to go back to giving credit to Stefanski and Barry, I think they know with Jimmy Haslam, Jimmy really reacts to the optics of situations. And the optics are fueled by what comes out of your locker room and what gets reported by various leaks in the organization. I think they've done a tremendous job cracking down leaks. And I think they know there's a chance that if you just, hey, we're logicking this. This is the plan, and this is how we've been doing it. And this is, and all the stuff that irritates us about Kevin, I think they know that's their only chance to keep their job going into year 7. So the same thing, by the way, goes with Shedeur. It's like, so the organization that we didn't find out Andy Dickerson had basically been, and you made this point yesterday, and it's been stuck in my head ever since. Yeah. We didn't find out Andy Dickerson was no longer the O-line coach. And I'm talking about the Browns beat did not find that out, or at least report on it, until well after it actually happened, and we found out because of Hard Knocks.
Yeah.
So that would stand to reason that any Shedeur sympathizers aren't going to get out there either way, because they'll just cut you or they'll just move on from you if you do that.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought a lot about it over the past couple of days, because my initial thought, Nick, really truly was that maybe the guys just aren't that impressed with Shedeur in practice, not because he's not impressive, but more they don't get to see him that often. That honestly, that's truth. That was just my initial thought of it, because for the longest time he was on one other field that they used. They used 2 fields. He was on the other field throwing to ball boys, essentially, and practice squad guys. So where would the starters even see that? And then if we're supposed to believe in the starter and backup quarterback hierarchy the way that we are right now, well, Dillon Gabriel's getting all the snaps. When would Shedeur Sanders ever impress any of his teammates? And so, like, my initial thought was that he can't be impressing these guys because he's not actually doing much in the practices while throwing to these guys. That's all going to Dillon Gabriel at this point. But I just got to go back to logic on this one. Logic would tell me, in 53 players in that locker room, watching Dillon Gabriel be one of the worst quarterbacks in the sport, there is no way that they're all just cool with Dillon Gabriel being the starter. There's zero chance. Just use logic. Use your head.
And I think this is where, when an organization either doesn't tell you the truth, and they don't owe you the truth, right? I think it's silly that you would lie, but again, they're trying to perpetuate their careers. They're trying to perpetuate their narratives. I understand the game they're playing. I don't think it's the best thing in a town where everybody pays attention to what you say, and everyone here has a brain and can point out, well, this is what they say, and then this is what happens. But again, they don't owe you anything. That's fine. You want to do your narratives. But whether they tell you the truth or whether they just say nothing, then you have to look at, okay, what's happening? And so they can say, Dillon's made. I mean, Dillon's really grown. Show me it. Because he just went up against one of the 5 worst defenses in the NFL, and I believe he had about 150 yards passing, and his situational football was crap.
Well, so the other response to this then would be, well, Shedeur must look really bad then. If Dillon looks this bad, then Shedeur must look really, really bad, and that's what the players are hiding. And this is where I'd go back to the idea of, in what reps are players even seeing that he's looking bad?
Yeah.
Like, where's the evidence that any of these players get to watch him do anything in these practices outside of basically just sitting back of Dillon Gabriel? Because that's, again, 100% of the reps go to Dillon Gabriel. So where are they seeing this bad Shedeur Sanders?
And here's the thing. The team was saying Dillon was playing well in camp when everyone in the media was there saying Dillon looks really, really bad.
And that's part of why I have so much disdain and I'm so irritated by all this, Nick.
Well, but remember,
we saw it.
The team was also saying Shedeur's got a long way to go. Shedeur's not meeting expectations, and then everything we saw with Shedeur was positive until the Rams game.
You guys made Daryl Ryder seem as if he was just an angry human. Now, Daryl might be an angry human,
he
okay?
is.
But you guys made him seem like he was an angry human that was inefficient at his job for speaking about what he spoke about with Dillon Gabriel. And then what happened, Nick? We went to these practices. We watched with our own 2 eyes. We interviewed Bernie as 7 straight incompletions happened off the hand of Dillon Gabriel. 7 straight. We basically stopped the interview being like, are you seeing what's happening here, Bernie? You're seeing what's happening in front of our eyes?
Who's the nicest man in the world.
He was deep in
by
convo.
the way, still thoughts and prayers to our guy Bernie. Get well, buddy. But Bernie was like, yeah, this isn't good.
I mean, he was amazing. Like, we're trying to do this interview, and it's just incompletion after incompletion after incompletion. Meanwhile, anytime we saw Shedeur, it was completion after completion after completion. Like you can only do so much in that setting. But it's just wild to me how everything was confirmed with Dillon when we were there.
And I think when it comes to Dillon, Shedeur, or anything, listen to what they're saying. And then I want the casual fan out there, right? The fan who might not have lost trust in Stefanski, who still think these guys are pointing this thing in the right direction. Listen to what they say. And listen to them talk about how Dylan is progressing and how good Dylan's looked and he's a young quarterback and this, that, and the other. And then I want you to put it up against what you see. And then you have to take that and then put it over with what's being reported or not reported about Shedeur.
Meanwhile, on top of this, Nick, because Shedeur is clearly so far, he says sarcastically, so far away from ever being able to see a football field.
He's making his sarcastic face.
These are my sarcastic hands. These are my sarcastic face. But he's so far away from seeing the field. Yet he's the backup quarterback. So he's like he's so incompetent and so far away from being the guy that you could trust to actually start a game. But if Dylan Gabriel, I don't know, stubs his great toe, shout out Darius Garland, all of a sudden, guess who's in that game?
It's a DG thing.
Guess it's a DG. Guess who's in that game though? It's then Shedeur Sanders. So like tell me what's real. Is he so far away and is so whatever, but you still trust him to be the backup quarterback and one play away at all time? You see how maddening this gets?
Yeah, and can we also say...
Makes no sense.
I've also heard for the first time, Mary Kay said it on With the Morning Boys. Our guy Spencer German said it on his podcast. I've seen other people's... I got a text about this from somebody who isn't one of those two people. A lot of people have said... if Dylan doesn't look good on Sunday, there's a chance Shedeur goes in for him. A lot of people have said it, and they've all said it at the same time. Again, they will say this thing to your face, and then you hear the truth through the leaves. Or you have to find it out for yourself, like watching Dylan Gabriel suck after they're like, oh, we're seeing a lot of progress from this kid.
Oh, hey, when Shedeur does go in, then it'll all of a sudden be like, oh yeah, he's been ready for a while now. The same people that will tell you that the Browns right now think he's miles away. It's like, all right, guys, what are we doing here?
Bill Rabinowitz, Ohio State beat reporter for the Bill Rabinowitz Substack and the author of the Buckeye Brotherhood, the latest book that he's written here about the 2024 championship team. He's going to talk about this Ohio State team and the allegations that they really haven't done anything special. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's...
His teammate Luis Ortiz pled not guilty yesterday and was released on a $500,000 bond. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
There's Cavs and there's NBA news that happens while you at work. Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10.
Ohio State's really good. They're the least tested number one team in the history of college football. They've played nobody. Week 1, Texas. Ever since then, they haven't played anybody. And I don't know if they played a team that's ranked right now since Texas. They have been trailing for 1 second in the second half this year. We have no idea who this Ohio State team, very good team, quarterback's a really good player. Jeremiah Smith's best player in college football. We have no idea who Ohio State is, like down 4 in the fourth quarter.
Dan Orlovsky on ESPN. Dan was with us yesterday. He couldn't have told us, hey, by the way, guys, gotta say nice things about Kevin Stefanski. Also, Ohio State not tested.
Yeah, I have flamethrower thoughts on Ohio State, and I'd like to get them off. That would have been a good time.
If you just take out the most impressive win Ohio State has, what have they really done? Right?
Okay, come on. I mean...
No, I'm a little triggered right now.
I can tell.
Because where a lot of us are doing this where it's like, if you take these 5 plays out, the Browns would be in first place in the division. I'm like, but you can't do that. Because if I take away 4 plays from the Green Bay game, you're a 1-win team right now.
Hey, well, hold on. Now you tried to add a point here and a point there to give the Browns 2 more wins in a fictitious quarterback debate.
That was 3 weeks ago.
Still, you did it.
Simpler times.
You're just as guilty.
The country's changed.
You're just as guilty.
In this our time of need, I can't believe you're bringing that up.
Yeah.
That being said, we're going to see if our next guest...
Not since the government shut down.
Yeah, and here we are today.
Did that shut down the government? I don't know.
It was that take.
I don't know. Might have done it.
They were like, listen, all these we can work through these things, but this Nick Wilson take. Now, that being said, to go ahead and get his thoughts on Ohio State, hasn't played anyone except Texas, but we don't count that. We head out to the fan hotline. Welcome on Ohio State beat writer, long-time beat writer. You can catch his work on the Bill Rabinowitz Substack. He's also the author of the Buckeye Brotherhood. Check out his Twitter because he's got where you can get the book at as well. It's about the 2024 Ohio State Championship football team. Bill Rabinowitz joins us now. Bill, welcome to the show.
Nice to be on with you. Thank you. Your conversation reminded me, I covered the Browns in a previous life, the expansion Browns. And remember when Jamal Lewis ran for a gazillion yards against the Browns? The next day, Butch Davis said, if you take away those 5 runs, we held them to 2.7 yards a carry. The other carries being 80, 85, 103. They all count.
It's funny you say that. I remember that comment by Butch, and it was the first time that I heard anybody say something like that, and people have been doing that to Quinshawn this year, where it's like, wow, those 3 big runs he had have padded his stats. I'm like, I'm pretty sure you're just describing running back stats. I think this is just how running backs work.
That's the way it works. It's 3, 4, 3, 2, 8, 12, 80, and then the average is, 9. If you take the median run versus the average run, or that you can play all kinds of tricks with stats.
Ooh, median. I kind of like the idea of median runs now instead of averages. Averages that's for beginner statisticians.
It's not as cool of a T-shirt as like angry runs. Just misses a little bit.
Median runs.
Median runs.
That actually sounds what happens if you have too much chili.
Very average. Yeah, good job by you.
Bill, I guess, do you agree with Dan Orlovsky that this team has just not been tested?
To a degree, but that's not Ohio State's fault. It's the fact that Ohio State's so much better than everybody else. I mean, if you look at their schedule before the season and you say, okay, they play Texas, the number 1 team in the country in the opener, can't get it harder than that. Then they have to go to Washington, the first road game, travel across the country against a pretty good Washington team. They've been up and down, but pretty good. And then you got to go to Illinois, which was ranked in the top whatever. They were at top 10, top 15, whatever it was. And they handled them pretty easily. Obviously Penn State is not the Penn State team we thought we would see. So, yes, in a sense, they have not been tested, but I think that's more a statement about how good Ohio State is.
Well, so does that concern you, though, that they haven't been tested? Like Dan brings up this idea that they're trailing by 4 with 4 minutes left to go in the fourth, and so they haven't been put in that spot. Is that a worry that you would have?
Yeah, I mean, I think you always want to be tested. And first of all, they're going to face a major psychological test against Michigan. So that's going to be a test. And they will be tested. No team just breezes to a national championship. Indiana will give them a tough game in the Big Ten championship game, assuming both are there. Then obviously the playoff, that's not going to be a cakewalk, although they made it one last year for the most part. So would it be helpful if you were to give Ryan Day truth serum and say, would you like to have been really tested in one of these first 9 games? You probably would say yes. But the goal is to blow out everybody, and they have.
Bill, it's interesting. Last year, there was the regular season Ohio State team, and then they hit that gear in the playoffs, and just really very few teams even could come close to hanging with them. Ryan Day, as recent as, I want to say it was Wednesday, the press conference, or Tuesday, the press conference, has kind of teased that they've got another gear here. I'm just curious where you think that gear is, because last year it was with Will Howard throwing the ball down the field, and no one saw that coming.
I think it's getting the running game consistently on track. I'm toying with that thing. I'm going to write that soon. It's not been bad. It's not been a bad running game, but it hasn't been up to the level of either the passing game or Ohio State's run defense or pass defense. It's the one area where you say, okay, I'll give that maybe a B or B minus as opposed to an A. And I don't think it's the running back's fault. They have 4 really good running backs. The 2 freshmen, Bo Jackson and Isaiah West lately, have been really good. And the offensive line has been okay, better in pass protection, but just okay. And so I think it takes time for an offensive line to hit its stride. It certainly did last year for Ohio State, and they haven't had the injuries this year that they did last year. So I think that's the one area where you can nitpick and say they need to get better there.
I thought Julian Sayin had a pretty dumb interception in the Purdue game, but that's going to happen from time to time, I guess. I don't want to be critical of that. It's more the idea that it feels like outside of that, if you're not talking about the couple mistakes he had against like Grambling and those type of games, he's been pretty flawless. What's your perception of him as a quarterback and how deep he can take this team?
Yeah, I actually was so curious about the non-completions. He's completing better than 80% of his passes. Mm-hmm. So I thought I'd take a look last week and say, okay, well, what about the other 42 non-completions? Were they bad throws? Were they smart decisions to throw it away? And by and large, they were all either well-thrown balls that were broken up, nice plays by the defense, thrown away wisely, and a few that were off. But nothing that was like, oh, what was that? Now, the Purdue interception last week, that was a what was that? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know what he was looking at or see on that play. That was just a bad play. But for a redshirt freshman starting for the first time, he's been as close to perfect as you could imagine.
Bill Rabinowitz on the fan hotline here, author of the Buckeye Brotherhood about the 2024 Ohio State Championship team, also Ohio State beat writer, longtime Ohio State beat writer as well. So who do you think has a better case, or maybe case that's subjective? Who do you think is more likely to bring the Heisman to Columbus this year, Julian Sayin or Jeremiah Smith?
I think Julian Sayin is, because the award is kind of biased toward quarterbacks. The quarterbacks usually win it. If you were to ask me, where does the offense run through? I'd probably say Jeremiah Smith. He just affects so much of what a defense does, because no defensive coordinator wants to leave him on an island. He'll let a cornerback be on an island against Jeremiah Smith, and then he scores a 70-yard touchdown, and everyone says, why would you leave him in single coverage? So they always base, I think the first thing that a defensive coordinator does is say, okay, how do we try to contain Jeremiah Smith? And that opens it up for everybody. Carnell Tate, certainly Julian Sayin, the run game to some degree. So, I think that Sayin, if you look at the betting odds, it's much more favorable to Sayin than it is Jeremiah Smith. But and both of them have played well. It may hurt Ohio State's chances for either one of them to get it, because that might split the vote to some degree. But I think that generally speaking, quarterbacks get the win that award.
What's going on with Carnell Tate? Obviously, they pull him for the Purdue game, and then there was no update by Ryan Day, and I thought that was very curious that there was no update there.
Yeah, and even today on his radio show, he mentioned Quincy Porter, a freshman receiver, that he should be available. Didn't say anything about Carnell Tate one way or the other, and so I thought I noted that too. I don't get the sense it's a serious injury, but they're just not very open about that stuff. It's not the NFL. All they have to do is say he's available or not, or possibly unavailable, and that's all they have to do, and that's all they do. In the NFL, they tell you details and practice updates and stuff like that. It's just different in college.
Bill, I think we all assume here Ohio State, Indiana in the Big Ten title game. What do you think the spread in that game is going to be? Do you think we're going to get it within a touchdown, or do you think Ohio State's going to be a double-digit favorite?
I think a lot depends on what happens the rest of the year, especially the Ohio State-Michigan game. If Ohio State goes to Ann Arbor and wins comfortably, I think Ohio State would probably be like a touchdown favorite. If they lose or it's a real struggle and some weaknesses are exposed, then it might be closer to a toss-up. I honestly don't concern myself much with that kind of stuff, but that's just my guess.
Who does match up the best, though, with Ohio State? What team across the country that you look at and you say, what they do versus what we do, this would be an interesting one?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, Indiana will be fascinating because Indiana's pretty much blown out everybody. Obviously, they had the close call last week. But, that'll be a fascinating game. I think a team like Alabama or Georgia, just because they're Alabama or Georgia, that'd be an interesting game. I think Texas A&M is a dangerous team. I was talking to somebody who works in the NFL, and he thinks that Texas A&M is probably the biggest threat to Ohio State at this point, which surprised me, but I haven't really seen Texas A&M play at all. When you cover a team, you really don't see a whole lot of the other ones unless, the times line up. Look, there are teams out there that can beat Ohio State. This is not going to be a cakewalk to a national championship. But do I think Ohio State's the clear favorite? At this point, I do.
Bill, Matt Patricia has been an absolute home run hire here. And I remember, I would get frustrated with the Buckeyes defensive line, not with the players, but with how they were being used. Because I always felt like, your number one job's to eat space. And they had so many guys, from Sawyer to JT. They had so many guys that could attack. Even Michael Hall Jr., who's here. And I hated that part of it. And so I wasn't sad to see him go. I was intrigued by what Patricia would bring. And this defense, as good as they were last year, those guys are gone, and this defense looks even better. What do you think is the biggest change they've made at the defensive side of the ball with Patricia?
They're much more varied. They will mix up the fronts. They disguise things more. Now, Jim Knowles is kind of funny, this revisionist history. The guy had the number one defense in the country last year. They won the national championship. He's not a bum. What's happened this year at Penn State is much bigger than Jim Knowles. But it's hard to argue with the job that Matt Patricia's done. And his hiring was greeted with some skepticism because he flamed out as the Lions coach. There are a lot of speculation that it was really Belichick directing, the success the Patriots had. But you described it perfectly. He's been a home run hire. The players love him. Ryan Day said on his show today, basically he doesn't have to deal with it. He's the head coach of the defense. I say, hey, nice job. That's about all the input I have. And in recent years, Ryan Day's had to be involved with the defense at different points of the season. So I think that, he's been pretty close to flawless.
How has covering college football changed for you with the NIL era, the previous couple years? Has it been more obvious that these guys do get paid as much as they do, or does it still feel like a few years ago when even if it was happening, it was more on the hush-hush?
That's a good question. I don't sense a major difference. There's maybe a little more liberty the players have. It used to be under the team control more in terms of outside of the building. If they have an event or some kind of promotion, that you could go talk to them, in theory, whereas a few years ago they just didn't have that opportunity, so you couldn't. But I don't really sense a major change. And in terms of my, feelings or relationships with players, that hasn't changed at all in my view. I don't care whether a player is not making anything or making $1 million. I still think they're young enough to be my kids or even grandkids if you stretch it. So I'm not looking to be friends with them. I'm looking to have a good relationship with them and that. But I talked to Julian Sand the other day on the phone, and I didn't think, is he going to talk to me because he's making NIL money now? It depends on the player. But I don't notice a dramatic change in terms of the media stuff, at least.
Bill, great stuff, man. Really appreciate you. I feel like we could have another 20-minute of conversation, but that would be stealing your time. We won't do that. We appreciate you, man. Great stuff.
All right, thanks. I'm happy to talk about the book another time.
All right, buddy. Thank you so much. Bill Rabinowitz there. And again, check out his book, The 2024 Championship Team. He's got a great story about Ryan Day and how is maybe done Ryan Day, or Ohio State fans were with Ryan Day. Ryan Day was just as done with Ohio State before the national championship. So check that out again, the Buckeye Brotherhood, and check out his Substack as well, the Bill Rabinowitz Substack. Great stuff with Bill on the fan hotline. We'll react to what he had to say and get to the Browns quarterback of the future in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet, it's a cheat code for your downstairs parts. Blue Chew
even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Want to talk Browns while you're at work? Baskin and Phelps, weekdays starting at 10 on 92.3 The Fan.
That's not Ohio State's fault. It's the fact that Ohio State's so much better than everybody else. I mean, if you look at their schedule before the season and you say, okay, they play Texas, the number one team in the country in the opener, can't get it harder than that. Then they have to go to Washington, the first road game, travel across the country against a pretty good Washington team. They've been up and down, but pretty good. And then you got to go to Illinois, which was ranked in the top whatever. They were at top 10, top 15, whatever it was. And they handled them pretty easily. You know, obviously Penn State is not what the Penn State team we thought we would see. So, yes, in a sense, they have not been tested, but I think that's more a statement about how good Ohio State is. You always want to be tested, and first of all, they're going to face a major psychological test against Michigan, so that's going to be a test, and they will be tested. No team just breezes to a national championship.
Back on Afternoon Drive, I like the way Bill put it. I do think that there have been better opponents on Ohio State's schedule than what maybe Dan Orlovsky said on ESPN today. Mm-hmm. Even if Texas isn't number 1 Texas, they're number, I think, 12 Texas or wherever they are. Even if Illinois at the
number
time
10
was
Texas because they're taking on 5 Georgia.
That's correct. But number 17 Illinois, well, they're no longer ranked.
Yeah, the Washington game.
But to me, it's like, I think Ohio State has beat the crap out of everybody, and they beat the crap out of good teams and maybe one great team in Texas. I understand what Orlovsky was saying, which is, well, you get within 2 minutes and you got to get a win. It's like, yeah, that's not really what Ohio State does. Like, in a way, Ohio State's being punished for their own dominance, at which point, isn't that the thing we should pay attention to, that they're just kicking everybody's ass?
Well, but they're not being punished, though, because they are the number 1 team. And so, like, I think
perceptually.
It's been so convincing, and that, I think, is the part that's got to give Ohio State fans a lot of assurances within these conversations. Like who feels... So, you know, when we ask them, like, who's their best chance of even upsetting Ohio State in a potential playoff, for instance, and it's like it's hard to come up with teams outside of just giving them the benefit of Georgia's Georgia, for instance, or Alabama's Alabama. Like even Texas A&M, I'm shocked that the NFL scout said that because everyone's just waiting for Texas A&M to just fall flat on their face. That's what they always do.
All right, guys, we'll get back to Ohio State in about 40 minutes with Pete Futek, College Football News, who joins us every single Thursday at 4:20, but it's time to look into the future for the Browns quarterback of the future with our quarterback, Deadpool. And we bring in the commissioner, Jake Murren. And I will tell you, we're getting closer to people thinking the Browns should either wait for 2027 or even if you take a quarterback in 2026, that quite frankly, you'll be missing the boat on 2027. And that has me as depressed as being 2-7. Commish, welcome to the show.
Thanks, guys, and welcome on into Week 12 of the Afternoon Drive quarterback Deadpool. Just a quick run-through of everybody's team. Starting with you, Nick, you have Garrett Nussmeier, who was actually benched in LSU's loss to Alabama last week. You have Carson Beck, who did bounce back nicely against Syracuse. John Mateer, who had a big game, or who has a big game this week against Alabama. And Jaden Mayava and USC, they play host to Iowa this week. How does that Nussmeier benching impact your confidence in your team over there, Nick?
I'm not leaving. I'm keeping Nussy. All right? Oh, Nussy. I'm not giving up on you yet. But, Jaden Mayava, Mateer, and who's my other quarterback? Yeah, they really got to bail my ass out.
Carson Beck?
Yeah, Carson Beck. I need him to come back to being good. Right now it's being back to being bad.
What is that?
Going very German right now.
What is that?
Yeah. Just for all our German listeners out there.
All right.
Yeah, it's not great.
Next up, we go to Jonathan's team. You have Dante Moore, who did enough to beat Iowa last week in a pretty poor weather game there. Cade Klubnik, who has started to string together some pretty good showings at Clemson.
Yes, he has. I'm happy you're paying attention to that, Jake.
Yeah, he has been looking good. And then Sam Levitt and Drew Aller, obviously both out for the year with injuries. The Aller edition did buy you, by the way, some votes in the poll, up 11%.
Whoa.
Now only at 22%, but you did pass Nick for last place in the poll, according to our listeners.
So it worked. I got to second now.
Yeah, Mac had 65% of the vote, you at 22, and then Nick in last place at 13%.
I like the confidence in Dante Moore in what was not a statistically strong game, but he had a very good throw towards the end, and the weather was obviously a problem, and so he's gotten, in a weird way, Jake, in back-to-back weeks where he's thrown for 0 touchdowns and 1 pick, he has somehow raised his stock, and I find that pretty fascinating. But I'm scared. I'm scared of the reports out there that suggest that he is in fact staying in Oregon, and so I have a real issue with my team right now.
Yeah, those reports from Todd McShay saying that he might return.
Again, it's stupid for him to say anything right now. So that's a part of me that just doesn't believe it, because it's just dumb for him to say it in this moment right now, especially with how poor this draft class is. Like, get out there while the getting's good. But yeah, it's not. I don't feel great about this team right now. In fact, I'm going as far as to suggest that Nick and I almost just concede this to the big brain over there in the corner in Mac Robinson, because it's about to be a bloodbath.
I refuse. I absolutely and totally refuse
to turn things over to Mac.
You don't want to Deadpool this segment, is what you're saying?
No.
You don't want to.
No,
because I
don't know where we go from here. Be right on something and then be aggressively wrong a short while later, like Logan Allen.
There's so much time to have him still be aggressively wrong, but that window is it's shrinking by the day, and your team's looking better and better by the day, Mac.
All right, Mac. Well, your team, Lenora Sellers, with another tough draw this week. South Carolina plays third-ranked Texas A&M. You also have Fernando Mendoza. We all know how he played against Penn State. Did have that Heisman moment late in the game. You have Ty Simpson, who continues to find himself in those QB1 conversations. And then Darian Mensah. He has an opportunity to beat a ranked team in Virginia this week. Mac, how are you feeling about those quarterbacks?
I'm feeling pretty good about my guys. Mensa coming off a loss last week. I feel like he can do a little bit better this week going up against Virginia. But, I mean, when you have the 2 top-ranked quarterbacks this year, I know Nick wouldn't have any idea what that's like. But, having these top 2 guys... Having these top 2 guys, I feel pretty good about where my team's at.
You falling asleep during him talking college football?
Sorry.
How's the view from down there, by the way?
My goodness. Can we give some respect to the leader in the clubhouse now?
No, that's not how this works.
To the college football
I'm ready to make a move.
I mean, Nick's new nickname, at least according to this segment's the bottom.
So. Ooh, I'm doing the Dan Orlovsky. What's your move?
I believe I have priority here. Is this correct?
Yeah, you're first up in the waiver wire.
Okay, good. And this will drop him down to last in the waiver wire, correct? After this move?
Yeah, right now you're last, Jonathan, but Nick, you are up first.
All right. I got to say goodbye to Old Nussie. All right?
Ooh!
Yeah, See, that's the appropriate response.
You're not getting rid of him. You're getting rid of him?
I believe I said I'm getting rid of him. I believe I've said I'm getting rid of him. And who am I going to pick up? Texas quarterback Arch Manning. Back in the game, baby. He's got almost 700 yards passing the last 2 weeks. He's got 6 tutties, 1 INT. Texas will be a playoff team. And when he goes at least 2 games in the playoffs, dropping $300 per game, he is going to shoot all the way back up the boards. Arch Manning it is for this team.
Commissioner, I'd like to make a move as well now.
Ooh, he wants Nussie. You want Nussie?
I want Nussie. I want the Loch Ness Monster.
So Mac is second in the waiver wire.
Oh, no!
So Mac would technically have...
Did you shoot your shot
a chance at Garrett Nussmeier before you would, Jonathan.
Matt Robinson's music!
Fuck off!
JP, that's all you.
He doesn't even work here on Mondays and Tuesdays.
All right, Drew Aller's gone. Give me Nussie.
Drew Aller was back for 1 week.
Yep.
And now he's back off the Deadpool.
I'd like to make a move now. All right.
A little quarterback swap.
We're going to... there used to be a show about wife swap, but we're doing quarterback swap. Yeah. In this set, I'm Flavor Flav.
That was a bonker show.
That really was.
That was a bonker
Out of
show.
pocket.
I watched for the intrigue.
I watched for the hope that maybe we'd get a little action.
I just wanted to see somebody else just be like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It's wife's sweeter on the other side.
Yeah.
And then just leave and be with that person.
And then like, even when you knew that was the case, they'd be like, no, we're happy to have our husband back. They weren't happy. That being said, go ahead and vote at 92.3. What is their Twitter handle? At afternoon 923 FAN. Whose roster is supreme for the quarterback Deadpool. And when we come back, proof that a Myles Garrett trade was a lot closer than we might have realized. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
of every week. You're the laughing stock again, and you got David Njoku going, I love it here. I love it here. And people are like, that's awesome that he loves it here. What the hell is to love? What do you love here?
Don't go ripping on David for a second. David is looking for a contract eventually.
David Njoku should be miserable. They all should be miserable.
Who can be thrilled? Who on earth can be thrilled?
Are they?
I don't think they're having a good time.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Pete Futek joining us in just about 20 minutes here. We'll get back to Ohio State, the untested Ohio State, according to ESPN football analyst Dan Orlovsky. So with all that, it's interesting. Not only did we get the NFLPA team report card today, and it should be noted that for the head coach, now ownership got a C+.
Okay, then.
That's not great. Just so you're aware.
In all fairness, I would have a hard time filling out a report card that's like, oh yeah, it's anonymous. No one's ever going to find this out. Now tell us what your boss, your major big boss, is actually doing.
So this actually gets back to the idea of don't listen to their words because those have proven meaningless here, and listen to the actions, right? Like look at what actually transpires. And in this case for the players, they gave Jimmy the Haslams a C+. It should be noted. The Bears, not known for being great ownership.
Yeah.
Got an A-.
Well, that is surprising.
Virginia
McCaskey died during this.
Maybe that was like a sympathy
was that the transition?
Grade?
Is that what that is?
Was it like I can't not give them a good grade because their grandma died?
She died during the season, so we can't.
It's like a remember me patch.
How do we possibly give her like a D in this equation? Is that what that is? Easy now. Wrong.
Don't leave that open for me.
That was out of pocket.
That's somebody's grandma. Gosh, JP.
Was somebody's grandma.
That's fair. However, all right, Shad Khan in Jacksonville. Mm-hmm. Not done a lot of winning, right?
Yeah.
He got a B+.
I think he does get credit for just for telling Trent Baalke you get to choose the new coach and then I fire you.
That's almost as powerful as dead grandma.
It's such a move, man. It's such a move.
Well,
you choose the person, and then we'll let that. And then when that person says they don't want you around, we'll fire the other person. That's great.
Should be noted, and again, these are. It should be noted. Kevin Stefanski got a C.
I like looking at the Bengals report card. I haven't seen this one out yet, but they just get like D's and F's everywhere.
And it should be I'm
like
only
their family stuff, their equipment room, all of this.
I'm cheating on this because Roberto Shenanigans took a screen grab of this.
Yeah,
the only other head coaches that got C's were in Jacksonville and the Bears, and this was from last year, of course.
Oh, okay.
So, not great. Now, that being said, remember the whole actions, not words kind of thing? Well, Paul DePodesta being introduced to the Colorado media today, right? Get a little flavor on Paul DePodesta. Well, we're going to listen to the question and answer. This is a full clip, so you guys don't think we're taking anything out of context here. Paul was asked about taking big swings and risks, and it was linked back to Deshaun Watson. And tell us if this is a shot or not a shot.
In your last position in Cleveland, you received a lot of blame for the Deshaun Watson trade that objectively was a failure with that organization. Is that fair? And if so, how can you be assured that you won't do something like that again here now in Colorado?
The previous question was about big swings, huh?
Risk.
Yeah. I was also calling plays for the Browns, and look, and I've said this before, I think whenever you have a significant player decision, whether it's trade, big free agent signing, number one draft pick, whatever it is, like those are organizational decisions, right? Those are done collaboratively, like a lot of people on board. And if you're a senior leader of that organization at that time, then you own that decision. I mean, you do. We all do. So that's the way I feel about that. And it's the way I feel about sort of almost all the decisions we made there in Cleveland. I absolutely, own them all. And look, I've said this now for probably 25 plus years. Like, I lost my no-hitter a long time ago. Like a long, long time ago. Like I'm not perfect. I haven't been perfect. I won't be perfect going forward. Like we are definitely going to miss again. But hopefully we learn from that, and we learn from both the successes and the failures, and we get better the next time we need to make a significant decision. And I do feel like I've been able to do that through the course of my career. I feel confident that I'm a lot better today than I was 5 years ago or 10 years ago or 20 years ago. And I hope 5 years from now I'm a lot better than I am sitting here today.
Yeah, we're not confident that you're better than you were 10 years ago. However, nothing's funnier than him being like, yeah, I'm going to screw up again.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. All right. I would lead with that.
Well, that's very similar to Stefanski the other day talking about Dylan Gabriel. Every quarterback's going to miss some passes.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
They're going to miss 42% of them?
Here's the problem with this,
With
Nick.
the lowest ADOT in the league?
Here's the problem with this. The shot he took at Stefanski there, what that tells me is that DePodesta still believes in Deshaun Watson in an interesting way. Think about it for a second. Like that line right there, to say that in that moment, I'm not the one calling plays. Mm-hmm. He clearly thinks that Stefanski was the issue out of that relationship, doesn't he?
Or he thinks that the play calling contributed to the failure. Yes, maybe not the entire issue, but
here's where this is a problem for us, because I need to get it to where it's a problem for us, is that if somebody at the top of there believes that the play calling was the issue, or at least part of the issue, and you see where I'm going here.
And he has somebody's ear.
If this person also believes that Stefanski was part of the play calling and part of the issue, who's to say that in 2026 they'd give Deshaun Watson another try with a different head coach?
Yeah, here's the problem. If you thought it was Kevin Stefanski's play calling, which in real time, did I not yell for years? Hey, why aren't we doing an offense built around Deshaun Watson, and why did we wait till year 3 to do that?
Uh-huh.
Did we not all have that conversation?
Yeah, no, we had that conversation.
So, okay, if we're having those conversations, if this is a shot, it sure sounded like a shot.
That wasn't a guy that was convinced that he missed entirely on that move. That was not a guy that's convinced that he swung and missed in the funny ha-ha way that the Colorado media wanted him just to admit to and say, my bad, we're on to Colorado, we're not discussing this anymore.
Yes.
That was not a guy that was ready to fully admit that. That was a guy that wanted to drag Stefanski down with him in that moment, and that's a guy, if you made me bet right now, oh man, I'm so happy he's away from this organization now, because if you made me bet right now, he believes with the new coach, Deshaun Watson could do something.
Yeah, but here's the problem, is that you were in the organization. If you thought Kevin Stefanski was failing Deshaun Watson and nobody did anything, then you do own that, right?
We are a part of that. Yes, you're part of who's there. He was a part of who's there the entire time.
This is why the thought partners just stink. All right? This is why it's so infuriating.
Already turning on each other.
Is that Paul DePodesta now, when he's, 1,500 miles away, can take this shot at Kevin Stefanski when that's the guy he got hired here, and if he doesn't believe Kevin Stefanski if he does believe Stefanski's play calling was the issue, you were in a position to do something about it.
And so that's the problem. Honestly, in hearing that, it does make me a little surprised that
it actually pisses me off more.
Well, here's the problem though. You couldn't have fired him after 2 years is when you would have traditionally done that and went down that road, right? You would think after 2 years is when you would have done that.
How did no one just do this? Hey, Kevin, we know you like your precious little system, but either we move forward with Deshaun Watson in a Deshaun Watson offense, or go back to Minnesota.
I know, but the problem is that he won the 11 games and made the playoff appearance with Joe Flacco with 5 different quarterbacks and one coach of the year.
Remember, that was the year before. I'm talking about when they made the trade.
No, I get all that. I'm trying to figure out the timeline for if DePodesta really thinks that he hammered and was limiting to Deshaun Watson, that he would have made a move to then get him a different coach so that his quarterback, Deshaun Watson, could actually attempt to thrive based off of if he feels that the play calling is the only thing holding him back.
But okay, let's draw it in comparison to what we saw this week. The Lions had a very good offense. It wasn't good enough for Dan Campbell, who took away play calling from an offense that was top 10 in scoring. So Dan Campbell didn't wait for the offense to fail to recognize a problem. He saw it was going the wrong direction and said, we're going to fix this, and I'm going to take over play calling.
Mm-hmm.
That's leadership. Waiting for something to fail or seeing something's going wrong and going, oh, that's a shame. We'll get it in the end.
And for 3 years, to do that. But I'm telling you, that was not a guy that is 100% convinced Deshaun Watson can't play football anymore.
Did he just forget how to do press conferences? He was
could
so
have stopped.
unavailable here.
He could have stopped after the swing and the miss thing. We could have legitimately stopped like, oh, that was a swing and a miss. Baseball pun. Everyone in the room laughed. Everyone in that room wants to give him the benefit of the doubt. That is an introductory press conference for someone that just got the job. They want to be friends with you. They want to like you. They want to be in the same team with you. They're going to be softer than Charmin. This isn't the time that you have to go ahead and say anything you didn't want to say. I think he intentionally, either he's an idiot, I'm not ruling that out of the equation, but he intentionally put that in there with Stefanski. But that is not a guy that is convinced that Deshaun Watson can't play football.
Also, if I
not
never
in the
hear
slightest when you make that comment.
If I never hear we own that again, I will be a very happy human being. I mean, I heard that 3 times in that clip, and it's all I ever hear from Kevin. And then here's the thing: they don't own it. They say words, and then the words don't match the output or the actions. Hey, we own that. Oh, do you own that you stink? No, it's totally a shot. But
it's 100% a shot.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't think a lot of Paul DePodesta before the shot. I somehow think less of DePodesta out of this shot than I do of Kevin Stefanski.
I mean, now I'm just worried. I'm worried how much of him, if he's the poison, how much of him got through the entire organization. Like does Haslam think the same way as DePodesta? Because that's what he loved about DePodesta for so long, is that he listened to his football year, whatever that is. But like that guy is not convinced Deshaun Watson can't play. That's not a guy that is convinced that he's shot the way that we are both convinced that he's shot.
216-474-0092. You heard Paul DePodesta. The question, the full answer. Does that sound like a shot at Kevin Stefanski to you? And I think JP takes it to a really interesting spot. Do you think this is a sign that there's more hope that Deshaun Watson could be saved by the Cleveland Browns here, if not for that pesky Kevin Stefanski? Pete Futek. In 5 minutes, I'm not about Pete. I'm very excited about Pete. Yay, Pete. It's about the Deshaun thing. Pete Futek, college football news in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, it's Nick Wilson. We're deep into fall now. We'll get a little wintry temperatures here. And listen, you still got time to replace those old drafty windows before winter fully hits. And Universal Windows Direct is making it even easier to do that.
multiple indictments on a sports gambling scheme. His teammate, Luis Ortiz, pled not guilty yesterday and was released on a $500,000 bond. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. I'm still simmering from the DePodesta thing. I mean, it takes stones to bring Stefanski here and then take a shot at Stefanski's play calling. While, by the way, and people pointed this out, I'm so glad they did, while we were in the break, where they were like, well, I guess we now know why Kevin Stefanski lost his play calling duties a year ago, and I think we know why Kevin Stefanski had to fire Alex Van Pelt. It's like, that's great.
Oh, yeah, because, I mean, that was clearly not Stefanski's call to fire Alex Van Pelt. I mean, that was his guy.
Good just to see.
That was his guy.
By the way, what was the organizational culture? Sounds great in Berea. Isn't that the thing that Jimmy Haslam said on the way out?
It's a real tough look for DePodesta. And I got a text from a buddy, and he's like, don't you just think he was meaning like he was doing an all-encompassing, like he wasn't doing the all-encompassing job? That's kind of what the takeaway there. Like, that's not a shot at Stefanski. That's more about him saying, like, yeah, I wasn't doing everything. And it's like, well, sorry, DePodesta. When you say play calling, and you know it's been such a hot-button topic around here, who else are we but to believe you're taking a shot at?
Yeah, I'm supposed to believe that Paul DePodesta is some sort of organizational Svengali who's in charge of messaging for the entire organization, and then he just made a boo-boo there. He wasn't literally talking about he said play calling.
He said play calling. Yeah. I don't know any other way to look at it.
Now, with that being said, don't worry, it's okay. The Browns are still awful. With that being said, Ohio State, not awful, pretty good, seem to be on the march here towards not just the playoffs, but another Big Ten championship, potentially another national championship. To talk Ohio State, to talk a big weekend in college football every single Thursday. At 4:20, we welcome on of college football news, the great Pete Futek on the Fan Hotline. Pete, welcome back to the show.
Yeah, to tie into what you're talking about and to tie this into college football, actually, it's pretty basic. You got the quarterback wrong. And, like, if you look across the NFL landscape, it's not hard. Every team that doesn't have a good quarterback is bad or in last place, and every team that does have a good quarterback is at least manageable to good. And, you know, the Cleveland just has not been able to figure out the quarterback situation. And coming up this year, I know you just invested in, you know, quarterbacks over the last draft and trying to figure out Gabriel and who knows what Shador is, but, like, there's a big crop of quarterbacks coming out, and Cleveland's going to be in a position to try to take another shot at that.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for Fernando Mendoza. Like, he doesn't know what might be about to hit him.
Well, that man's the belle of the ball for a little bit, though, right, Pete?
There's a lot of those. For Mendoza, hey, look, Lenore Sellers is still really talented. You know, he's had a rough time behind an awful offensive line, but he's going to be there. I mean, there's going to be a whole slew of good quarterbacks available to the Browns if that is the way that they're going to choose going forward.
I'm glad you said this because in our quarterback Deadpool, which we filled you in on multiple times here, I finally moved on from Nussy. I released Garrett Nussmeier from his contractual obligations, and I got Arch Manning off the waiver wire. How are we feeling?
Yeah, he's starting. You know, again, it's the crazy part about Texas right now, and again, tie this all in, they only have one loss in the SEC. They've kind of been forgotten about because it's like, oh, well, you look at their schedule and, you know, they have the loss to Ohio State, which at the time we said that's the killer. They couldn't afford that loss, and they lose to Florida. But they're a win away this week if they could somehow pull this off against Georgia, where you're looking ahead and you're like, well, they're going to beat Arkansas unless something weird happens. If they beat Alabama, all of a sudden that Texas A&M game, they're going into that with a shot at, you know, maybe if everything breaks the right way, the SEC championship, or more likely at 10-2, there's a shot at the college football playoff. I am not sold at all that at 9-3, but he's playing better. You know, when he gets time to work, he's been all right lately. And if you get good Arch this weekend, then all of a sudden, look out.
Yeah, isn't it also just as easy, though, to suggest that he would lose this game against Georgia, he loses the game against Texas A&M, and then Texas football is unranked, and
you've turned an arch man.
And then the Ohio State win isn't even that valuable either there, Pete.
Well, try this one. Ohio State, Ohio State doesn't care about strength of schedule. It's fine. There's no issues there. No one's saying anything. There's anything concerned. But it's not their fault that Penn State's awful and Wisconsin totally sucks. But, the crazy part about this is if you're looking hard at schedules, their last 3 wins, those 3 teams combined are, 1-18 in the Big Ten? And that one was the Wisconsin win last week when their punter led the team in passing. I mean, they're not exact. It's, again, not Ohio State's fault that Penn State's bad. You got to play on the schedule. But not exactly they haven't had a murderer's row, which is great for them because they could fine-tune. They're not going to lose this week. So maybe what they try to do is, okay, they've had one takeaway in the last couple of games. Well, maybe they try to tighten that up a little bit, or really try to hammer down on Nico, who was pretty good running the ball the last time he was in Columbus, but they got blown out. Tennessee did, or maybe just try to see what they can do. They're now just tuning everything up to try to keep this thing going forward, because obviously all that matters is what are they going to do in a few weeks, obviously against Michigan, for the sanity of the fan base. But what do they do in the college football playoff? Because right now, it doesn't look like there are a whole lot of killers out there that, Ohio State can't handle.
Pete, I'm glad you mentioned Michigan. We got 2 more matchups, including Ohio State versus UCLA. What a juggernaut of a game this is. But you look at Michigan. They got 2 losses on the season. Their losses are Oklahoma and USC. They've got 3 straight wins here. They are, I believe, ranked 18th right now. Is Michigan better than we've realized? Because I feel like everybody's pretty much just slept on Michigan all year long.
Because they're boring. Because you're right. There's nothing there. And, look, Ohio State's not going to go back for a quick second. Ohio State's not going to lose to UCLA. There's a chance, speaking of your quarterback pool, there's a chance Nico is that quarterback. He could be Jaden Daniels light. There's a shot he is the best quarterback that Ohio State's going to face outside of maybe overall 10 years from now Arch. But, so there is a little danger there just to, see what he does. They're not going to lose, but there's at least something to keep an eye on. But for Michigan, okay, well, they got blown away by, they didn't do much of anything against Oklahoma, which sort of set the tone. And, they've been 9-2. They had the other, 34-13 loss, and they just, they've been good against the mediocre teams and not great against the 2 good teams. And, they're just kind of heading forward. But, this. It's Ohio State's, can they hit the 3-foot putt when they get that shot? I mean, they're better. Ohio State should win that game by 30, but we know how that goes. It's all in their brains at this point. If they have one bad spark early, who knows? But that's foreshadowing ahead. But look, if you're Michigan, just keep winning. Get to the Ohio State game 9-2, and if you do that again, all of a sudden you go from blah to the college football playoff with 10-2.
Rick Neuheisel says Notre Dame's monster brand has tainted the playoff rankings. I love the beef, by the way, that Neuheisel's going for here, but is he right about that? The idea that Notre Dame, they have 2 stellar losses, but I hate calling it stellar losses, Pete.
I don't get it. I don't get the hate. It's lazy is what this is. Because to really analyze what Notre Dame had happen, one, if you're going to forgive the Alabama, we've all forgiven the Alabama loss to Florida State where they didn't even show up. And that Miami game, that could have gone the other way, and that was just a simple coaching, game 1 error where they tried to do the same game plan that they did in the year before in the Texas A&M game to start the season when it was 190 degrees with 1,000,000% humidity. They tried the same thing. They were like, let's get to the last 20 minutes, and then we're going to lean on our Heisman caliber running back. The problem was they got behind, and they didn't use Jeremiah Love until it was too late, and even then they still almost won. And then the Texas A&M loss, obviously no shame there. They're undefeated and probably going to win the SEC championship. And they're but for a botched hold on an extra point or a 4th down stop where Marcel Reed made a miraculous play. If you remember, he spun out of the sure sack and then, winged a prayer into the end zone that worked. If that doesn't happen, Notre Dame wins that game. Okay, that's fine. They lost, but that was 2 games ago. But they're dominating everyone else. They beat USC by 10 points. Every game's been a double-digit win. And now let's see what happens against Pitt. It's a dangerous game this weekend. but they're better than last year. I mean, it's just lazy to kind of say, oh, well, Notre Dame's not in a conference, or they got 2 losses. Why are they this high? Well, because they're good. They're better. They've figured it out. They're getting better as the year has gone on. The defense has been better. The kicking game's a disaster. They need Noah Burnett to get healthy again. But this is, and you talk about in the college football playoff, who are the teams can actually do some damage? Obviously, Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
I think Georgia's the one from the SEC to worry about more than anybody else there. And Notre Dame. I mean, those 3 teams are the teams I'm most afraid of. Actually, it's to go with this. Georgia and Notre Dame are the 2 teams you're probably most afraid of if you're Ohio State.
Pete, when we look at the most recent college football rankings, no movement in the top 5, a little movement in the top 10, but really it's from probably 18 back where we saw the most movement. What did they get right this week? What did they get wrong?
Pretty much they got everything right. They're fine. Because, again, this is just a holding pattern. They're going to throw it all out. And all that matters is, did you win your Power 4 conference championship and or did you get to 10 wins? Here's the thing I'm going to prep. I keep trying to preach this gospel because if they go by precedent from before, they can always change this. They can always do whatever they want. They could put Louisiana Monroe in the top 4 if they wanted to. So you never know. But if they go by the precedent, since this thing all started, how they roll, be prepared that we just talked about Notre Dame. They're going to keep moving up. If they beat Pitt, they keep moving up. They could be like 7-ish or so, and all of a sudden the final rankings be 11th. Because Pitt's also the key against Miami. Now, I don't trust Miami at all. They gagged last year when they had to beat Syracuse to get into the college football playoff. They got to go to Pittsburgh in late November. That's a problem for a team from Coral Gables. But let's say they win this. South Florida is going to rip through everybody. South Florida really is legit pretty good. They're going to win the American Conference. Notre Dame's going to go 10-2. If Miami gets to 10-2, they blew out South Florida. They beat Notre Dame. And so in the same kind of way the College Football Playoff Committee did it 2 years ago, and they had to leave out Florida State because Texas beat Alabama, they're going to have to say, well, if we're going to put in South Florida and we're going to put in Notre Dame, then the final rankings, they go head-to-head, they're going to put Miami in at like 10. So this is going to go pretty haywire pretty fast. And then this weekend, watch out for Oklahoma, because if it wins this against Alabama, then all of a sudden they're still in this. Again, Texas is still crazy in this. There's a lot of funky things that can happen over the next couple of weeks.
All right, Pete, I want to have a Texas Tech conversation because all offseason everyone told me they were just spending a bunch of money, and then you turn on these games and the kids are joking about the oil money and how prevalent it is, like signs during these games about basically how they're oil rich. And then
blue chips.
Yeah, and then Patrick Mahomes is showing up to these games, and somehow they're 9-1, and somehow they're number 6 in the country, and it's like, wait, this all happened really, really quick for Texas Tech.
That's the dream. That's it. That's the one. And here's the positive. I know it's like, oh, they bought themselves a team. Well, okay, great. You know what? If you're Texas Tech and you have not won, I think I got this right, where they haven't won a conference championship since like 1947 or something. I mean, even Mike Leach never won anything there. The Texas Tech's never been able to win anything. And so, okay, you know what? If you got a bunch of rich boosters who want to give their money, yeah, yay. It's fun for a fan base to do that. I kind of put Indiana and Texas Tech kind of in the same category where they're very good. They can beat anybody. They look great. But the college football playoff is not the NCAA tournament. You can't just get hot from 3, and get to the Elite 8. You got to go through a Georgia or a Notre Dame or an Alabama or an Ohio State or a Texas A&M and on and on and on. I think they're going to be good. They're going to be a tough out. I'm not quite buying that this is like a national championship team. They're the type of team that wins a game, maybe it's a second, and then they play an Ohio State team tough, and then it's like, oh, well, they lost in a tough, hard-fought battle.
Pete, great stuff as always, buddy. We appreciate you. We appreciate you sticking with Nico Iamaleava. That love. You haven't let that love die. That's called loyalty, my friend.
He's good. He's a good guy. You'll love him more when he's a Brown next year.
Pete, come on.
Oh, that's just mean.
Come on, buddy.
That was mean.
Come on. We have we not suffered enough? Thank you so much,
Thanks,
buddy. Pete Fiutek there. College football news on the fan hotline. He's going back to UCLA. Him, Jerry Neuheisel. We like Jerry Neuheisel.
Yeah, not as much Rick at the moment, huh?
Yeah. I actually really like Rick. I think he's funnier
He's
than
just
hell.
out here shooting.
I like it.
He's just out here just saying all sorts of things. I think he just knows it just pisses off Notre Dame fans.
Which is funny.
I know, it is funny.
Notre Dame fans, very passionate, not a great sense of humor on them. We have proof a Myles Garrett trade was closer than we realized. We'll finally get to that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan has the most local sports talk in town, and you can be a part of it anytime you want. Weigh in on X at 90.
Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
The lead coming up in 20 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. So it should be noted, we remember the knee slapper at the trade deadline when the Browns were telling everyone that you have a better chance of winning the lottery than Myles Garrett getting traded. Yes, we remember that?
Yeah.
It's just... that's just some A material. Like, Seinfeld should take that one. It was just so good. However, we had the Charles Robinson report that he had heard that Howie Roseman was hot on the trail of Myles Garrett, even offering 3 first-rounders. Well, Elliot Wolf, as part of his Patriots duties, former Browns front office man, now with the Patriots as their GM, was asked about his team not making a trade at the deadline, and had a very interesting response.
I'm always frustrated when we're not able to help improve the team. It takes two. We made a lot of calls. We did a lot of work on that, and ultimately we just didn't feel like, giving up 3 1s for somebody was probably the right move at this time.
Now, it should be noted, there was really only one player out there that was linked to 3 firsts.
Yeah. Trey Hendrickson, I think, was linked to like a 4th rounder when it was all said and done. Like, the value was not there for him the same way it was there for Myles. So,
obviously, Elliot Wolf is saying they had prolonged discussions, or at least internal discussions about trading for Myles Garrett, and that they didn't want to meet that price. I don't know how you heard it, but when I first heard it, I heard, there's a price, and they just didn't want to meet it at that moment.
Well, so then what's interesting is that price, because that's what we thought Howie was offering up, though.
Yes.
So, is he just taking that off of what Howie told him as 3 first-rounders, or did he call up and then say, this is the starting price, and then we're having conversations?
I don't think it's a push to say that Charles Robinson, who's very connected, I always kind of felt like the Eagles thing, not saying that those conversations didn't happen or that Howie wouldn't want the idea that he's trying to make that kind of trade out there. It serves him. It serves the optics of, we're trying to trade for this guy, just no one will give him up no matter what. But from the Browns standpoint, I think the Browns kind of looked at this and it's like, well, we'd like 3 firsts, but I think I'd rather New England's first than Philly's first.
And then we can bring some other teams into this equation as well, and we will shortly. But, I don't know, one of my takeaways from this is the idea that maybe that knee slapper wasn't as much of a knee slapper, and it really was the reality for them. It didn't really matter. There was no Godfather offer for them because they were already offering up 3 first-round picks, and it turns out people were, at least maybe not the Patriots, but at least other teams were considering that.
Yeah, I think this goes...
people were calling.
People were definitely calling. But I think what's interesting is when you hear we just weren't willing to give 3 firsts up for it, what I'm hearing is the Browns said...
You thought that was the price?
That's the price. And so I think that makes it really interesting.
It's tough then, because with the Eagles and that report, then it's a little conflicting. But if we're in the same ballpark, we're in the same area. The big takeaway here is that these conversations aren't going away anytime soon.
Yeah, and I also think, again, this goes back... The theme of today has been, here's what they say and here's what they do. I think this speaks to the idea that there was a trade out there that the Browns would have moved off of Myles for. And I think it's been interesting that since Myles' meltdown after the Patriots game, Myles has been very much in lockstep with the organization. And it makes me wonder what changed. Because the quarterback play hasn't changed.
Yeah.
Because the team has continued to lose games in incredibly silly and stupid ways. So I don't know. This could be a lot of things. This could have been the team went to him and said, Myles, remember, we talked about the leadership thing? That was an unprofessional meltdown. Doesn't seem like that's the kind of accountability that they have in the organization, but that could have happened. It also could have been, hey, Myles, we'll talk, wink, wink, and whether it's right now or later, we'll see if there's a deal on the table for you that makes sense.
I mean, it would make sense if they're kind of almost stringing them along to just play nice, and then we'll get you to the offseason. And clearly your value hasn't gone away. The league still wants you. You'll have your money. You'll have your say. And if anything, after the season, you'll have a better chance of landing at a team that you actually want to go to instead of one of these teams that we just draw up and say, here you go.
Now, I also wonder, could Elliott Wolf be trolling the Browns organization?
That might be the fact too.
I don't think Elliott really enjoyed the way things ended here, nor does John Dorsey, nor did Alonzo Highsmith. So we can't throw that off the table either. Well, Adam Schefter also had something to say about this. Myles Garrett and the trade deadline with the Browns when he was on WGN News and talking about the Bears' interest in Myles Garrett.
They acquired Joe Tryon-Shoyinka from the Cleveland Browns. And when they were calling the Cleveland Browns, they did ask about Myles Garrett as well, but Myles Garrett was not available. So they made a move that they obviously felt made a little bit more sense and somebody that was attainable, unlike the all-world defensive end Myles Garrett. They made calls, they did what they could. It takes two teams to get a deal done, and in certain cases, other teams were not necessarily willing to part with players like Myles Garrett.
I'm going to say, based off what we heard from Adam, we heard from Elliott Wolf, the Charles Robinson thing.
Yeah.
And again, did Howie Roseman really offer 3 firsts, or was that out there to gauge the market for Myles Garrett?
Oh, you're saying like they were trying to start the convo at 3 first. They wanted to use Charles Robinson to put that convo out there to start? Because that actually makes some sense.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And I just have this sinking suspicion that the Browns told anyone that called, hey, he's not on the table, but there's a price out there.
That's kind of what it sounds like with Schefter and the Bears right there. It really sounded like that's what happened, and then they ended up with JTS. Imagine that. You're going car shopping for a Lamborghini, and then you end up with like a bicycle. I mean, that's got to be the saddest. That's going to be the saddest hanging up of a phone call you've ever had.
It's like you're like, hey, I'm about to buy this Lambo, and the guy goes, it's better this one skate.
Yeah, right. Like great. We got a unicycle for you.
Tryon-Shoyinka a little too much credit. Because he wasn't even in the top 4 of Browns edge rushers.
You get the point, though. The point is that you ended up with nothing close to what you initially had called for. And I think it was just because the Browns seemed pretty steadfast, I guess, that they weren't willing to make a move here. I wonder, though. I do wonder if there would have been that Godfather-type situation. Albert wasn't speaking the way he was speaking for nothing.
I'll just say this. I have a distinct feeling that if Myles, especially after that game where, we saw what that game did to Myles. It wouldn't surprise me if the Patriots had offered 3 firsts. I don't think Myles is here today.
Well, so I'm so fascinated by what he will basically remove his no trade clause for and what he won't. Mm-hmm. And so, like, to me, the Patriots are that team. The Bears aren't that team for me.
Yeah, that would make sense. That would actually be. I would imagine that they've already. Okay,
you think he's got a list of teams?
We're going out on a few limbs here, but I would guarantee that the Browns and Myles, if there's already an understanding that at some point we might have to break up, we're at least going to be listening to offers for you. I would imagine Myles said, here are the teams I'd be willing to go to. And it makes sense that the Vrabel connection, Drake May, it would make sense that Myles would be willing to go to New England and be an absolute hell no for the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, there's just too many questions still around the Bears. But I don't even know that Drake May solidified himself enough at this point either, though. Like, I tend to think there was probably a good amount of Myles Garrett watching that Patriots game and being like, that's how a quarterback looks. Put him on the list. But I don't know. With no trade clause, you only get that. There's only a couple teams. But he wants out. That's the other side of this as well. So maybe it'd be like 6 or 7 teams.
I think it's going to be a really interesting offseason. Remember, the Rams, known for big swings. Rams have 2 first-rounders this year.
F those picks.
In 2026.
Les Snead always says it. But we don't even know if Matthew Stafford's going to return after this season, even though he's been one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. I don't know what's going to happen there.
No, I don't. But I think the Rams are a team to watch. I think the Patriots are a team to watch. And I think what you said about 6 minutes ago is the number one takeaway we should all have, which is I think over the next 8 weeks, I think it's going to go a long way to determine Myles Garrett's future in Cleveland. I think there is a price out there that the Browns would be willing to seriously try. I don't think there's an excuse that Elliott Wolf put it the way he did on Patriots state-run media. He was clearly talking about Myles, the only guy that was out there with the 3 first-rounder price tags. And I have a feeling if the Browns get to the end of this season and there's a new head coach and new GM in place, they're going to say the obvious, which is we need to hit the reset button. And I think that's going to mean the eject button for Myles Garrett.
I mean, I've already blocked out my months. January, we'll be doing head coaching and GM stuff. February and March, we'll be doing Myles Garrett trade conversations.
Don't forget my mock drafts.
Well, April will be really, really into the draft. The draft will always exist in all of this. It'll be a combo within all of this. But, like, what's the big story, the big conversation? It's going to be, I mean, I blocked it out. February, March, we have a big Myles, kind of like we did last year. We'll do Super Bowl Radio Row again, the whole everything.
A lot of fun. 216-474.
And Joku shirtless running around.
0092. He's always shirtless. That's an evergreen thing. You heard what Elliot Wolf had to say. Yeah, we just weren't willing to give up 3 first-rounders at this trade deadline. Do you take that to what I took that to be, that proof that the Browns were a lot more amiable to trading Myles Garrett than they had previously said? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. And while A.J. Brown's candor may seem obnoxious or diva-like behavior, the reality is he's right. Forget the Eagles' 7-2 record. This is a basic offense that has underperformed and has been bad at times. And if Nick Sirianni, the head coach, isn't going to call truth to power to his team, thank goodness someone, even their wide receiver who's disgruntled, did so. Good job, A.J. Brown. I'm Bill Ryder.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Dustin Fox here with Dr. Rob Berkowitz from the Center for Orthopedics with an Ask the Expert segment. Dr. Berkowitz, today I want to talk about pain shooting down the arm, and what does that mean?
It's often caused by a pinching of the nerves in the neck. We call this cervical radiculopathy.
And I'm not even going to try to pronounce what you just said, but what are some of the causes?
The cause of cervical radiculopathy is a pinched nerve in the neck, usually from a herniated disc or a bone spur from the joints in the neck.
And generally, what's the outlook like for some of the patients? patients.
75 to 80% of patients with pain shooting down their arm from a pinched nerve in their neck will have resolution on their own within 2 to 3 months.
And finally, if you have this, what are some of the treatment options?
The Kevin Stefanski Show is back tonight at 7. You can catch the Coach's Show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Get the latest in Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
Cash, love it.
Hate it.
Coming up at 6:30 today, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Plenty of Browns news today, plenty of Browns sound, and that's where we start the lead with here. Browns offensive coordinator and play caller Tommy Reese spoke with the media today. He was asked about Dylan Gabriel taking a sack on 4th and 1 against the Jets.
You talk about a play call you want back, you start there. Had a lot of confidence in the call on 3rd down that we'd pick up the first. Felt like we maybe lost a yard there and, look, in hindsight, you want to execute those situations. We made an aggressive play call. We didn't work out. They had a good call on defense, and we just didn't execute it at the end of the day. And, those are ones as a play caller that you want to always put your guys in the right position. We were running it pretty good at that point on that drive. So certainly could have handled that differently and executed it differently. So we'll learn from it. I'll learn from it and get better on it. Yeah, I should have run the ball. I don't want to get into the specifics of the play itself. You can freeze almost any play, right, and say, hey, this guy's open, Great. I want to make sure I'm putting our players in the right spot. I made a call, an aggressive one. It didn't work, and we got to move on to the next.
There's a lot of things he could have said that wasn't that, but I like that he spoke about it, and I think we disagreed earlier. My takeaway on it was simple, is that he learned that next time he's going to run the ball because he doesn't have a belief in Dillon Gabriel to be able to complete that 4th and 1.
I don't think short of Jaden Daniels is a rookie or C.J. Stroud is a rookie, you shouldn't put, as bad as Dillon was in 2 4th and short situations, you probably shouldn't put him into those situations in consecutive times on 4th down in the second half of a game when he hasn't looked very good. So even though it would be weird to me if those were like prove it moments, I don't think that's what we're here for.
No, I think he had a belief in Dillon that I find surprising.
Oh, see, I think there just needs to be a common sense part there. So what I appreciated was just being like, hey, in the future, I have to remember that's a rookie under center, and that's not the kind of stuff I can do.
All right, we're not too far away then. I also do, by the way, like the idea of pointing out for the Twitter people out there, you can freeze a lot of plays, and guys look open. And I don't know. Tommy, you could tell, had thought about that for a while and then decided to unload it there because it was the right time and the right moment. But he's 100% right. Like, if you watch any All-22 or any of this stuff, like, you can find parts of a lot of plays where if you freeze it, you can make a quarterback look really stupid and silly. And I'm not supporting Dillon in any way, but I do feel like Brown's Twitter has done that a lot to Dillon Gabriel.
Yeah, I mean, they did a lot to Baker. They did a lot to
in general. They just do a lot. I think it's an unfair. I feel like it's almost an unfair practice. I feel like if you do a screenshot of somebody that is open, you should also then present the whole entire play next to it. But I know that's asking a lot for people.
I also say, like, there is some validity to it because good quarterbacks tend to get the ball to guys that are open.
But it just happened. I think where I agree with Tommy, though, is it just happens so often in a game, and there's so many. You can freeze a lot of plays in a lot of spots, and it's just it's tough. The whole thing is tough. Paul DePodesta held his introductory press conference with the Rockies today. The former Browns chief strategy officer was asked about his involvement in the Deshaun Watson trade.
Previous question was about big swings. I was also calling plays for the Browns, look, and I've said this before, I think whenever you have a significant player decision, whether it's trade, big free agent signing, number 1 draft pick, whatever it is, like, those are organizational decisions, right? Those are done collaboratively, like a lot of people on board. And if you're a senior leader of that organization at that time, then you own that decision. And so that's the way I feel about that. And it's the way I feel about sort of almost all the decisions we made there in Cleveland. I absolutely, own them all. And look, I've said this now for probably 25 plus years. Like, I lost my no-hitter a long time ago, like a long time ago. Like, I'm not perfect. I haven't been perfect. I won't be perfect going forward. Like, we are definitely going to miss again, but hopefully we learn from that.
Hey, we're definitely going to fail. Just so you guys know, we're definitely going to fail.
And when you do fail, go back to this press conference.
Yeah, and also
a reminder for yourself.
All right, listen. So there's a couple things here. The first one is, I know every organization has this, but we own that. I own that. Has become so prevalent with these goobers, and then they've had just such a lack of success. The more they own, the less they actually succeed. It's the same thing with accountability. The more they say accountability, the less we actually see the fruits of accountability. The second thing, maybe the third thing now, bleep that guy. that Kevin Stefanski thing. And listen, again, I was screaming at the time, why are we trying to fit Deshaun Watson into this offense? Like, why do we wait till year 3 to fit Deshaun Watson into this offense, or to give him his own offense? Mm-hmm. And then I should have been louder about the Ken Dorsey thing, because that was a mistake a mile away. But, like, at the same point, you took a shot at Kevin Stefanski. And, oh, by the way, who is the guy pushing for Stefanski to get hired here? The guy that just threw him under the bus.
The more and more DePodesta has talked within this Colorado timeline is the more and more I understand why he didn't speak to the Browns media since 2022. He's a joke at this point. It's in successive days. We now have quotes of him saying how basically he had to get his sea legs underneath him when they hired him in 2016, and his knowledge of football at that point and football players was 0 out of 100.
Yep.
Why would you ever admit that to anybody? Why would you tell people that?
Which also belies that you had to know players for your job, while also being like, well, I wasn't involved in all the decisions. Well, clearly the only way you would need to know the players and football is if you're involved in football decisions.
It's just a laughingly dumb thing for him to do. And then you followed up with this, taking the shot at Stefanski. And my other takeaway within this is that when you take the shot at Stefanski, you are implying that Deshaun Watson could have been good with somebody else. And in a roundabout way, that is the interpretation I have here. And so the whole thing just gets me angry.
Thank you for reminding me of that, because that's the other part. If you knew that Stefanski forcing Deshaun into Stefanski's offense was a problem, why didn't you do anything about it? And if you knew, I guarantee you everybody else knew. It wasn't like I'm going to keep this one to myself.
So, but again, that's the scary part.
Roger's wife is having an affair, but I'm going to safeguard this information.
Well, Roger doesn't need to know that.
Roger does.
That's not
Roger deserves better.
You know what? Yeah, I agree. Roger does deserve better. I agree with that.
So you tell on that hussy.
I'm not telling on that hussy. That's other people's business.
Of course, Roger's been very neglectful. He's worked a lot.
People
she's
do
got
cheat.
needs.
They cheat for a reason.
She's got needs.
That's what I always hear.
Emotional needs too.
Everyone's to blame.
Yeah. Listen, if
everyone's
Roger
to blame. Roger's
and his wife,
to blame.
if they
His wife is
simply
to
just
blame.
own it, you can find love with each other again.
Or, with other people.
Yeah. Well, no. You can find love together again.
Oh, okay.
But he's got to be able to get his hall pass. You know what I mean? An eye for an eye situation. A bone for a bone.
Tit for tat action there.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Emphasis on the tat. Odyssey sports betting insider Nick Costos was on with, actually, we're going to skip that. Mary Kay Cabot.
was that the Costos?
I started reading it and it was like,
the clip?
we're not going to do this. Mary Kay Cabot, Cleveland.
On Costos.
We like Nick Costos.
I do.
Just moving on. Joined the morning show today, and she said it makes sense for the Browns to give Dillon Gabriel a few more weeks as the team starter.
I think that there is no set in stone plan for how this is going to go for them. I think that they hope and want Dillon Gabriel to keep coming up the learning curve and to get better by the week. And that's what I think they're hoping happens. He's only had one game with Tommy Reese. I think there's something to build on there. Let's see what he's got for a few weeks. Why would you start your 5th round pick for more games than you would start your 3rd round pick, who you saw something in pre-draft and really wanted to see what was there? So I wouldn't be going out and starting my 5th round pick for more games this season than my 3rd round pick. It takes these young guys a time to develop. He had a really, really tough start. He started out in London, in Pittsburgh, and he didn't have Cedric Tillman all that time. The offensive line or the protection schemes aren't what they really need to be so far this year. So it hasn't been an easy cockpit, shall we say, for a rookie quarterback, and it probably won't be easy for Shedeur if and when he gets in there. It won't be easy. I can say with conviction that it won't be easy for him either.
I mean, if anything, it almost feels like it's a reminder that we still have a lot of weeks left in the NFL season. If she's like, you don't want to give your 5th round pick more starts than your 3rd round pick, and it's like, oh, geez, we do have a lot of weeks left here, don't we?
Also, this isn't RG3 with the number 2 pick and Kirk Cousins with a 4th round pick. It's a 3rd round pick. It's a late 3rd round pick and a 5th round pick. I don't think they're we're really putting a lot into the draft stock or where these two guys were drafted, as if that should dictate anything. Those two things should have stopped mattering the second either guy got into the building.
Yeah, I mean, the moment you find out everything, I would use Mary Kay's words here. She's been calling it a fact-finding mission all season long, right? Well, so again, in my own interpretation of this is I found out all the facts I need to about Dillon Gabriel.
Big facts.
So like that fact-finding mission, that one, mission complete. I found out. He's booty cheeks. I'm good. Next mission, let's find out what Shedeur Sanders can do.
We need something more than just regular booty cheeks. We need, he's double booty cheeks.
Yeah,
right?
Okay.
He's a whole house of cheeks, right?
House of Cheeks.
House of Cheeks. I think I saw that movie once.
Yeah, okay.
I think you got to open up the incognito browser to view House of Cheeks. From the creators of House of Cards, it's the new Kevin Spacey movie, House of Cheeks.
Also with Kate Mara?
What's a movie? I don't know why I went Borat there. I would also like to point out something we're going to get into. Mary Kay was one of the two people from the Browns beat that, as much as she just said, hey, let's do the patience thing with Dillon Gabriel, that's where the Browns are, she also said, yeah, Dillon doesn't look good on Sunday. We could see Shedeur in-game.
Yeah, which I'm still not prepared for yet.
Is that how the Browns do it? Because the Browns don't ever want to have to admit, like, for a full week, hey...
Well, you can't.
Dillon is House of Cheeks. We gotta go to Shedeur. Do you just rip that Band-Aid off in game?
No, there's no press conference that you can have that's like we're ready to go to Shedeur if Dillon stinks in the third quarter. Like that press conference doesn't exist.
No. What I mean is, would you if you're the Browns, would you rather announce Shedeur starting on a Monday and then talk about it all week?
You need the
or do you rip the
whole
Band-Aid
week
off?
You need the whole week build up.
But why don't you just rip the Band-Aid off?
Tickets right now are cheaper than a McDonald's hamburger, okay? A fast food hamburger right now. It's like $6, okay? So, like, if you
Somebody hasn't been to a fast food restaurant in a minute.
If you say... You're right, congratulations to me. You're right, I haven't. I always go in the app. Great apps. Anyway, the point is...
You love those apps.
I do.
You're an app guy.
I am. So if you say Shedeur is now playing, instead of it being $6 a ticket, it's like $60 a ticket. Even for like a bad team. Like we're back in business.
If you're making decisions on when Shedeur plays based off of ticket sales, I get to fight you legally.
The difference between Shedeur
Me and
starting
the Haslams in the octagon
and Dillon Gabriel starting might be like 45,000 actual people showing up. Not ticket sales that they announced at the end of, like actual people that show up.
Realize
He sold out a preseason game in Carolina.
You realize, though,
you tell me he's not selling out
if Shedeur
Huntington
comes in
Bank?
at halftime in this game, those tickets are still going to sell out the next Sunday, right? It's not going to be like less people are going to buy tickets.
But you said which one would be better for the Browns, or which one would I do if I were them? I'm saying it on Monday. On Monday, I'm building everything up, and then I'm doing the whole
organization that has
week.
not said his name
They're
for
not
like
doing
weeks.
that. They're not doing that this week. You think there's a chance that they're going to say Shedeur's starting this week?
Mary Kay said it. Our boy Spencer German said it.
I thought you said that they were insinuating not starting this week, but getting into the game.
No, into the game. Yeah.
Yeah, you say we're crossing things here, right? Like, easy now.
You never cross streams.
The point is that if you were going to announce that he was starting, you would do it on a Monday. So you can get the whole week, the whole everything that comes with that. And then, yes, you wouldn't have $6 tickets on the open market right now.
216-474-0092. You heard what we said there. I think we're both very confused. Also, Mac, who's on his way to a remote, just saying his House of Cheeks, the name of the Kevin Spacey biopic. I already made a Kevin Spacey joke, Mac. Come on. You can't make two Kevin Spacey jokes in one segment. It would have been good if I didn't get to the Spacey material first. Now, however, we are going to get to that idea of Dillon Gabriel playing for his job. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys, Nick Wilson here for my friends at Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your downstairs parts because Blue Chew provides access to
Still cold, John. I'm 92.3 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Arslanian Brothers.
Arslanian Brothers. The time is now to spruce up your home for the holidays with one call to the Arslanian Brothers. Jeff Phelps here. Carpet, furniture, tile, blinds. Put the Arslanian family to work for you. ArslanianBrothers.com.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Cash. Love it. Hate it. Coming up in 1 hour's time, he joins us every Thursday to give us his picks for the week. Last week was very out of pocket.
Well, we were out of pocket.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, Cash just did a professional job.
He's a very professional fellow there. He gives you the picks. He's very business oriented. And then last week was really the most out of pocket we've been. So we'll see if he actually shows up. JK, LOL. He'll be here at 6:30.
No, he'll be here. It's always interesting to me to see when we get out of pocket what people respond and how they respond. Like Bill earlier today, Rabinowitz.
Yeah.
He didn't know what to do with it a couple different times.
I think more often than not, people don't know how to handle when we're out of pocket. And it's like, just sit back and enjoy it, right? Because if you try...
they're not going to get in trouble.
Unless you're naturally a out-of-pocket person.
Yeah.
You just sit back and just maybe chuckle a little bit. Oh, we'd like the Dan Orlovsky treatment where everything Dan says on the NFL Live show is like a... What? Whoa! Like almost very, very similar to like how one watches fireworks, but with sports takes.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Now, it should be said that, oh gosh, I want to make sure I bring this up.
Okay.
JR saying on Twitter, if Shador goes in at half, then this game has a shot at selling out due to the $5 halftime tickets.
Well, I do wonder that. Is there going to be... So the problem is that there's not people like waiting outside the stadium for like if Shador gets in to like run in and be like, let's go, bro.
You don't think the Shahongs are just have
go inside the stadium at that point. Now, do you think there will be Shador people there just with the idea that he could appear in this game?
I think if you're...
That's a reality for $6 a ticket.
If you're truly a member of the Shahive, what I think you have to do is you have to start tailgating at Browns games, and you just sit outside. Like, while everybody else funnels in, you don't have to go watch that mess. But you stay close enough, right? You've rented the space, maybe cooking some dogs, and then you hear now in a quarterback Shador Sanders, so that way you can just run right up to
everyone just runs in. That's an insane thing to do.
Yeah.
That's an insane.
It's like on Black Friday when they open up the doors and people funnel in.
And they trample each other.
Yes, that's what I want when Shador goes in.
All for that Xbox, right?
Yep, all for that shot to say you were there with Shador's first NFL pass.
People don't do that. Black Friday isn't that way anymore, is it? I used to do that as a kid. We'd line up and then we'd go and do Black Friday. But I think like because of is it digital Cyber Monday? I think that's taken over everything.
I also think people just don't go to the store as much anymore.
Is that part of it too?
Yeah.
Like
there
used
are
to be
people
a real...
who still go hard in the paint on Black Friday.
Did you ever do that? You ever like wake up early and go do that? My mom would take us every year.
Once.
Every year we would do that.
When Vanessa and I first started dating, was trying to score some boyfriend points. She's like, she worked in retail at that point. She was like, will you just come hang out with me on Black Friday? Because she had to get up at like 2 a.m. The store opened at like 3.
Was she working at the store?
Working at the store.
Okay.
And it stunk. Oh, I hated I hate this.
That was a hard ask from her, by the way. That's a hard ask.
It was
a very
young in the
busy
relationship.
Day. I know. It's the type of thing that you do in that when you're young that way.
Yeah, a little transactional. I'll do this if you do that. I don't know why I did that voice.
I don't know why either. It's okay though.
Went Fat Albert. Hey. Now
you have a lot more people there if you know ahead of time Shador is starting the game. You have a lot more people.
No. I think my point was actually whether the Browns, from the PR perspective, would rather Shador's first NFL action go right in the middle of a game without announcing it beforehand, so that you would bypass some of the questions you'd get if you came out on a Monday and said Shador starting on Sunday.
So if he shows up, by the way, in like the third quarter, as the start of the third quarter, there's an asterisk attached to that performance. That's not a full you get the whole game. Now, there's a condition attached to this.
If he wins,
there's a condition
asterisk?
attached to this, obviously. If he looks great, then screw the asterisk and we throw that aside. But like if you get thrown in and you struggle for a half of football or you just kind of look whatever, in those circumstances, we're going to need to pump the brakes just a little bit until you get a full game. You get to know you're the starter. You would have had no reps, anything.
I just don't like that. I don't like
I'm tilting it in my favor. I'm stacking the deck just a little bit.
It's a little chicken bleep.
But
it's not Paul DePodesta at his introductory press conference
I'm letting you
taking
know
shots at the play
I'm letting you know where I stand before, if it does happen, because now you got all these people. Spencer's out there saying it, I guess. Mary Kay's out there saying it. You got all these people. I need you to know where I stand on this, okay? If he looks bad, it will be, I need a whole week. I gotta give him an actual chance here. Give him a chance to not only take practice reps. I think that's a reasonable ask.
What if it's like Dylan in his first start? Or not his first start. In
the
his
Ravens game?
Against the Ravens game, where he did score a touchdown, but they still got the crap kicked out of him.
But again, what was that, like 2 drives that he got?
Yeah, there's about 2 drives.
You know what I mean?
One of them's good, the other one's absolute house of cheeks.
But
you get the touchdown.
I know what Mary Kay said, and she's plugged in, and I get what Spencer said. I don't see this being reality, by the way. I really don't.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
I really don't. Stefanski's going to go down with this ship.
Do you think it's a mistake? I don't why I'm asking you a question. I don't think it's a mistake that we hear, hey, big game for the Ravens, big game for Dylan Gabriel, and if he doesn't look good, we could see Shador.
On the same day, though, that team, like Jeremy Fowler in his mailbag thing on ESPN today had it out that Dylan Gabriel's got this long leash and he hasn't gotten any sense of urgency around Deshaun Watson.
Isn't that what you say right before you bench somebody? Isn't that the NFL owner vote of confidence?
No, I don't look at it that way. Not with this scenario, because I believe them. I believe that they actually have given Dylan this long leash. I'm frustrated by the
completely
long
full of
leash.
Crap they are.
Yes, I'm very aware of that.
Except with Dylan.
The
one thing they can't lie about.
They've consistently shown a love for Dylan that has befuddled me the entire time, and so they've remained steadfast in that. That if they went away from a love for Dylan, that's the type of thing I got to see it to believe it.
I think this is the easiest thing in the world. I think they've already done this once. Hey, you got the absolute holy crud kicked out of you. We're going to play Dylan in the second half so people talk about the touchdown. Now, it didn't work because there were no Gabriel Gobblers even in week 2 of the damn NFL season.
It was a blowout, too.
But I'll
the
tell
game
you right
was awful.
now, if you get blown out in this game, and in the fourth quarter, you put Shador out there in the fourth quarter, no matter whether he looks good, bad, or in between. We're talking about Shador on Monday and not the result of the game.
No, for sure we are. But I do want it almost like a Planet Fitness judgment-free zone from everyone here, okay? Like, if it looks great, then awesome, we'll talk about it. If it looks bad, then we have to do so with a little bit of qualifiers attached to this.
No one's going to do that.
It's not fair to judge somebody off of one quarter.
I mean, people.
Off of one quarter in the. No.
When the Browns went to Dylan Gabriel, there were a lot of people talking about the one drive against Baltimore.
Yeah, but I mean, we didn't lead the show on Monday about the one drive against Baltimore
because it was Dylan Gabriel.
Exactly right. So we're gonna lead the show about one quarter about Shador,
the social media influencer quarterback who we've talked about as a third string and second string quarterback.
I'm not saying it's wrong, but we have to put it in proper context ahead of time and understand that if he gets in there in the fourth quarter, that man had no practice ahead of time with the number ones, like all these things that are up against it. Like we got proper context.
This is such a bless your heart moment.
Proper context.
Because you're just trying to do the right thing.
Raiders game, you get the whole enchilada. You get all of it, the whole everything.
I promise you that I'm not saying you're wrong in how you're trying to approach this. I'm just telling you, no one will approach it the way you want to approach it.
And I'm preemptively getting angry at the lack of the approach.
Well, the problem is you've also admitted the game doesn't matter unless he looks good, and then it matters.
No. It's not the game doesn't matter unless he looks good. It's the idea that he is to play one quarter, to play the fourth quarter, and to act as if that's some sort of actual. We can look at this and say he's good, he's not good is ridiculous.
All right,
it is ridiculous.
All right, but
that concept is ridiculous. So you think
you're going to be able to pump your brakes if they're down 40-0 on Sunday? Shador goes in for the fourth. Bang, bang, bang. 2 touchdowns on 3 drives. The third drive looks good too.
No, but this is what I'm telling you.
Are you going to say?
Are
you going to be able to say on Monday? Yeah, it's just one quarter, guys. It was a lot of fun, but we got to hold our.
I haven't seen Dylan Gabriel do bang, bang, bang at all yet this year.
Oh, no,
the difference there is he'd be doing something that we haven't seen the quarterbacks do yet this year. I get to celebrate bang, 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 bang.
Easy there.
However many bangs you want to put it.
Easy there. It has been a minute for Papa Bear.
But like that's why there's a celebration attached to the good things that would happen. If he runs an offense and it looks like something we haven't seen yet this season, that's cause for celebration because he's overcoming the obstacles.
You can see.
He would be winning while overcoming the obstacles attached to this all.
You can see how somebody would say, it sure seems like if
makes a
Shedeur
lot of
plays
sense
well,
in my head. I don't know what you're not picking up here.
You're going to pop it up. Whereas if Shedeur does not play well, you're going to dismiss it entirely.
I told you that up front.
Well, no, but
we're starting on these reservations. So on Monday, you're not like, oh, this is shocking to me that Shedeur played a quarter.
Like I can remember that over the weekend.
I need you to remember it now, and I need you guys to remember this now as well. I'm telling you right now, entering your first NFL game in the fourth quarter when you get 0 reps throughout the week, not the right way to be like this
we
guy
don't know
has
he got 0 reps. How do we know on Sunday it doesn't come out? Oh, he actually did have first team reps on Sunday.
You mean like they've changed the plan all week long?
Yeah, you mean like they could have changed it 3 weeks ago.
If they did, then it's curtains for Dillon Gabriel already. By the way,
it probably already is curtains for Dillon.
Which should be already. That's the problem with this is that it should be.
My whole point in the Shedeur conversation is it's no longer even about Shedeur. It's there's a lot of people just kind of being like, I wonder what that kid's going to look like and whenever he goes out there. And then there are people 1,000 miles above who are the Shahaders and the Shahive screaming about their own arguments that don't have anything to do with Shedeur.
I'll tell you what.
So the whole point is it's impossible to have a genuine, an even keel conversation. And you're a very genuine, even keel dude being like, there's really... He's got nothing to lose here. He's only got something to gain here.
Well, we're just holding off the evaluation until the Raiders game. That's all we're doing. We're holding off like the true
unless he looks good.
Let's start these things. It's the bonus. You just get if you overcome those odds, then yes, you get the bonus attached to all that. But if people are wondering why it feels like Shedeur Sanders fans aren't as hey, he needs to be out here. I'll tell you what, we're a worn down bunch, Nick. We are a worn-down bunch.
Until he throws a tutty on Sunday.
I need that.
And that jersey is going to be back.
I need air to breathe. I need that because it's been so long since we've even seen this guy play an NFL game that matters. And it's just it is becoming exhausting to the point where it's I don't even know that he's going to see the field. Nonetheless, we're talking about halftime or third quarter or fourth quarter. Hell, you know what? Maybe that'll be my takeaway. If he plays the fourth quarter, all right, great. Doesn't matter what he does. Just the idea that Stefanski is willing to move off of Dillon Gabriel, that's the win. Now we're on to Las Vegas.
You are going to show up in the Shedeur jersey, and I'm not going to speak a single sound.
I'm like a week
other
away.
Than the show is back.
I'm like a week away from them not starting Shedeur to doing a Shedeur Sanders protest until he starts, where I wear that stupid jersey every day. That's what I'm gearing towards.
How can we get that closer?
Now, the problem with that scenario, and I've thought this through, problem with that scenario is if they don't play him at all in 2025, could I wear the same Shedeur jersey to work every day for 365 days?
I think you could.
I think I could too.
Yeah. I think you should.
Too.
I think you should start. I think you should start it now to make a point.
We're not there yet. Mary Kay says we might be weeks off in this whole thing. We're not there yet.
216-474-0092. Is Dillon Gabriel in danger of being benched on Sunday? More on this and the noise for Shedeur. Where is it? Where's the noise for Shedeur? As there's noise for Shedeur. And 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Be the fan.
This report is brought to you by the law offices of Kissling, Nestico, and Reddick. 1-800-HURT-NOW.
For the past 2 decades, KNR has proudly supported Ohio families and stood by them in their moments of need. When life takes an unexpected turn, there's one thing that's remained the same. When you're hurt in a car, you call KNR.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Sports Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got our guest Cash coming up in about 40 minutes here. Math is hard for me. But Lima has been on a one-man mission to talk about the fact that nobody in the Browns organization is out here calling for Shedeur Sanders to start.
Yeah.
Is that a fair... I know usually they play pieces of our sound and then say we're saying things that we don't say. So I'm just am I warmly quoting and accurately quoting what Lima's whole mission has been for about a month now?
We should have actually played like the fourth point he had on this and then been like, so that's what they were getting after. That would have made more sense for us.
It was the maid all along.
Yeah, he's kind of been on this mission, and it's an interesting mission. I'll give him that. Like I don't know why everyone seems so buttoned up, but everyone is really buttoned up on the belief that Dillon Gabriel's it, and Shedeur I guess they just don't talk about him.
Well, I think that leads us to this morning, Lima and Ken had Mary Kay on their show, and Lima asked point blank whether Mary Kay has heard of anyone in the locker room clamoring for Shedeur Sanders.
I have definitely not had that. Absolutely have had so much support for Dillon Gabriel, and guys really are rallying behind him and trying to understand that he is a developing rookie, just the same way Shedeur is going to be when he gets in there, and that they're trying to do everything that they can to play better for him. I'm sure people are curious to a degree, but no one has shared with me that they want Shedeur to get in there over Dillon right now. Kevin Stefanski has made it very clear to his football team what's going on right now with Dillon Gabriel and how they need to support him and what the plan is for getting better around him. So I think the messaging has been good enough that people understand what's going on. And I'm not hearing those whispers and seeing those things going on behind the scenes in the building.
Now, it should be said that I believe what Mary Kay's saying. Mary Kay is one of the most, is the beat reporter in town that everybody trusts when she says something.
Yeah.
I'll also say, I think one thing the Browns have done incredibly well under these guys is have the guise of professionalism, meaning like Andy Dickerson gets demoted and gets demoted out of Cleveland entirely. We didn't hear about it for several weeks afterwards. I think back to Jadeveon Clowney screaming in the locker room and saying, so we heard about the screaming in the locker room. We didn't hear Jadeveon Clowney refuse to go in on anything but third downs because he was jealous of Myles Garrett for 6 weeks after.
Right.
So they're very buttoned up with their messaging. They've done a great job of eliminating all the leaks that used to make Sundays so much fun for us as we were wondering who's going to leak what to the national media. I also think the players have done a great job of sticking to the team message. That doesn't mean that any of the guys believe the message they're actually sending. How could they at this point?
How could they at this point is the answer I would want to find out, right? Like, how could they? There's 53 of them in there. You think they all are look at Dillon Gabriel and say, this is the answer? Like just use the pulse of the fan base for a second and think about only the people in that building believe in Dillon Gabriel and have no curiosity towards Shedeur Sanders? Only the people that, it doesn't add up.
And we probably should also reference Garrett Bush today.
Our buddy G. Bush
said that he's gotten texts from Browns players that say they're ready to see Shedeur.
Listen, I've known G for a million. We both have known G for a very long time, right?
I've known him longer.
Yeah, that's true. You have. I did 6 years of pregame shows with G. He has shown me numerous DMs from all sorts of different players on the Browns. Like the idea that people are like, oh, those aren't real. It's like, people have been sliding into G. Bush's DMs for years on this stuff, okay? So, like I'm going to believe what he's saying there because he's got no reason to lie on this. And also, this has been happening for years with players. So, like, I do believe in what he's saying. And it just makes common sense as well. That's the other reason why it's pretty easy to believe.
We also want to quickly reference Brad Stainbrook, another member of the Browns beat. He's got his own Substack. You can check this out, where he had said effectively that on the coaching staff, there's a split of people who still believe in Dillon Gabriel and people who believe that maybe Shedeur would give them a better chance to win. Now, all this being said, I kind of find the whole thing to be on a false premise that Lima's putting out there, because he's comparing it to Johnny Manziel versus Brian Hoyer, which is one of the most dysfunctional times ever. And by an organization that hadn't learned yet to button up all the many leaks we had. Mm-hmm. So just because players aren't saying it or leaking it to every single reporter, it doesn't actually mean it's not happening. It doesn't mean there actually isn't belief in Shedeur.
I just think about Jerry Jeudy, man. Like, Jerry Jeudy talked so much in Denver, and how they got him not talking at all now they should do studies on this. The one job well done I will give Stefanski is that he really does seem to have a handle on making sure that not everything is just getting out right away and everything is just found out right away.
This goes back to my greater point that, like, quite frankly, the Shahaders and the Shahive are so far off the actual natural narrative that is right there to discuss with Shedeur. And to me, this is Lima, who I think has gotten some criticism from Deion Sanders Jr. previously. He's got a lot of people who've said a lot of mean things to him. And he's trying to create something there that I don't think is part of the conversation. I don't think, listen, even if every guy in that locker room wanted Shedeur Sanders to play, this is not the era you're going to find that out through the media. You're just not. Mm-hmm. And it's just not how they operate right now. And again, that, like, Lima's striking back at the hardcore Shedeur Sanders honks who are saying he looks better in practice and he looks this, that, and the other, instead of the actual conversation, which is, quite frankly, all right, have we seen enough of Dillon? And how much do we really need to see of Shedeur?
And my answer on that is that I've seen enough of Dillon, and I'd love to see more of Shedeur is the point. But even like with the practices, we mentioned that way. That's the part that confuses me. Like, we have no idea, zero idea how much time Shedeur is actually getting with this team. So it's like all these players are just convinced Shedeur can't play based off of what?
Yeah, especially when we've had Denzel come out and talk about how good Shedeur's looked. I know that was like
that was in June.
4 months ago.
Yeah, it was in June.
But, like, we've had plenty of players come out and talk about,
like, Miles. If you just look at Miles' quotes on the quarterback this last weekend, you don't have to be a genius to figure out when he all of a sudden defers and says quarterback direction has nothing to do with me, what he's trying to tell you. He's just not putting Shedeur's name on it. But when a player that has openly talked about the offensive side of the ball a ton all of a sudden is taking the approach of, well, quarterback direction, it's got nothing to do with me. He's just trying not to make sure he just capsizes the team as they're going through a bunch of losses right now. That's all he's trying to do there.
Yeah, anytime, and this is actually, if you want to go back and look at Miles' previous conversations, anytime Miles has said, I play on the defense, that's not my risk, I can't control that, it's never really been a good thing about whatever incumbent quarterback is.
He's got a strong disagreement about what's going on right now, and he doesn't want to put that out there at this point. It's that, and the other side of this is I feel like a lot of these players, this might sound bad one way or another, but they just don't feel like the fight is worth it.
Yeah.
And like, that stinks, because I'm sure Shedeur would love some more support in this scenario, but like, if you go out on a limb and you voice and you back everything for Shedeur, well, one, it makes it really awkward in front of Dillon Gabriel. That's not great. But number two, if Shedeur flames out and isn't good, then all of a sudden you just look like an idiot for disrupting everything in the locker room and then betting everything on a quarterback that wasn't actually worth it.
216-474-0092. Why aren't more teammates clamoring for Shedeur? Do you need to see some clamoring for Shedeur? Will that make you feel better about Shedeur or Dillon or anybody? A reminder for Browns fans that there is a sea of meh that might be awaiting you. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
to the charges. The Kevin Stefanski Show is back tonight at 7 o'clock. You can catch the Coach's Show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You'll hear the latest from Browns practice as it happens. Basket and Phelps, weekdays at 10, 92.3 The Fan.
One hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We've got Cash Love It.
Hate it.
Coming up in about 30 minutes time. We'll get his picks for the weekend. Thursday night football tonight. Finally can say that one and mean it, as I did that about 3 times yesterday. And again, we are rooting for the Jets today. Simply because the Jets winning is good for your draft positioning.
No Garrett Wilson tonight, by the way. They placed him on the IR. But I feel bad that everyone's got to watch the Jets for 2 games in a row.
Am I okay splitting the pig here by saying I'm not going to root for the Browns to lose, right?
Okay.
I'm not going to root for draft position with the Browns and what they do on the field.
But you're going to do it for other teams?
But I will do it for every other team in the NFL, specifically the Saints, the Titans, and certainly the Jets. And Giants. Don't forget the Giants.
I think that's just sensible. At some point this season, you will start rooting for losses.
I can't do it during the game.
But it happened last year too, though. I remember it. Like not during the game, but at some point we do. You flip. And now I think you've converted me in a way that I thought was never possible. I had always been, when you get to a certain spot and there's no point in actually winning out there, then you lose is what you do. But you've converted me on that. I've changed my thought process on that because I do think there is something to the idea of losing just being contagious, and I think there is something to the idea of it only takes you so far. And honestly, you just got to let the chips fall where they may.
I'm okay doing this stuff like week 18. If there's a blue chipper on the table, I can do the week 17 thing. But I'd rather just wake up one day and have the number 1 pick, never having rooted for it. I don't know. At some point, I feel like a prostitute. Like at some point, I just feel like, why am I selling myself out, hoping for things on Sunday? Because here's the other thing. I think it also makes you, I think it's so easy to get cynical and just be like, wow, this is what had to happen. And I think it takes away from the fact of, it's really hard to be that bad, especially 2 years in a row in the NFL.
It's really hard to be that bad. I don't know. I don't know how I feel if we ever have like a suck for luck type moment. If I'll feel like, you still need to go on a collision course to try to get the number 1 overall pick. I've kind of held out that part of this. You've changed my mind in that way. And I feel like I really do believe that once you start losing, it's just really hard to get out of that cycle. And it's not something I ever really cared or thought about before. I was always so like, well, get the best draft position. But if you don't have the right guys in place to even make the selections, what are we doing here anyway?
I think it's a cultural thing. In the NBA, you can stink for 5 years. But if you get 2 or 3 guys that are really, really damn good, like the Thunder did, you're going to have a chance to win a championship at some point in the next decade, right? If you do it, but if you do it like the way Philadelphia did, I mean, yeah, they've been to the playoffs a bunch, but they've never won a championship. You can't tell me that the process truly worked because you got Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons stunk. No,
the process is a big reason why I think a lot of myself has moved off of this.
Well, but even in baseball, baseball owners will throw away 5-6 years if it means you get a 5 or 6 year run at the end of it.
What they do in baseball is a crime, though, in many ways, though. Listen, would I be
the Orioles, the Astros?
Would I be the Royals, where you win a title and then for the next decade, maybe it's not the greatest, or you go to back-to-back World Series like the Royals did, and then you don't do anything for 10 years, and now all of a sudden they're starting to be fun again? Yeah, I would. I would sign me up for that. But like what they do with teams like the White Sox, for instance, that I think is just criminal. Where you didn't win anything to begin with anyway, you go in the toilet, you absolutely stink for a half decade to hopefully one day claw out of it. That legitimately they should rewrite some legislature to make that a crime.
Well, but in those sports, tanking, or at the very least sucking on purpose, is so permeated through the sport that it just doesn't have the long lasting. It's just about who do you draft and the other ancillary moves. Here, I think football is, and I think hockey's the same way. Those are just such culture-based sports. They are true team sports.
Yeah.
And I just think no one ever, even bad teams. Like, are the Titans tanking, or are they just an absolute moribund franchise?
Well, no, they're a bad team because they tanked and they got their quarterback, and like Cam Ward just isn't good right now.
And I think
but they also don't have good head coaches.
The only two pieces of evidence I have in the NFL about tanking, true tanking, down to the studs, 3 years at a time tanking, are Miami, no playoff wins to show for it, and the Browns, one playoff win to show for it. And by the way, between those two teams, I think we've got, since the tank ended, I think we've got about 3 playoff appearances. I mean, that's a big ass no for me.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't have to tank. The reason why people get caught up in the tank is they think the quarterback will solve all the answers. And so I understand that drug. I understand thinking if we get the quarterback, everything will be taken care of, because look at what happened to the Bengals. You get Joe Burrow, that's human eraser. That's human concealer. It's going to all of a sudden take and get rid of all the idea that your owner's too cheap. You have a scouting department that's just a bunch of cobwebs. Like, it does heal everything, and so they sell out for that. But my problem is that if you don't have the people in place anyway, like if Zach Taylor didn't exist, is Joe Burrow? I don't know.
Yeah, I also think that's interesting. I teased about the sea of meh. I was downstairs today before the show, and the Pat McAfee show was on, and they had a graphic of the top odds to be the next head coach of the New York Football Giants. And what was interesting is, you can, maybe the Browns' job's better, maybe the Giants' job's better. I don't really know how people would do that, or how people across the board would think. But I thought it was interesting going through the names of coaches, at least with the most likely coaches, and how just completely I was.
The whole board is. That's why. So I don't think it was an accident when we were talking to him on Tuesday, and he was asking us, and he did that thing where he asked us, but then we didn't really respond, and then he asked us again, was like, hey, so I really want to know, like, who do you guys think is the best candidate right now? Because it's Mike McCarthy, it's Cliff Kingsbury, it's a lot of meh.
Well, so the odds-on favorite right now, plus 700, is Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, and we talk about culture. That's a culture guy right there. So you go for that.
And by the way, the only problem with that is Mike's probably good for a 5-year hire, not because of age, just because eventually people are like, okay, you've run your course because you're a bit of a dodo.
Well, the thing with McCarthy is that, he eventually spoils everyone, but then you have that realization that you're losing a lot of games because of him.
So then you go to Belichick at plus 750. Now,
I like that he's second on the board. That to me is great.
That is a 3 to 5 year hire just because he's old as hell.
What a way to just rewrite everything. We'll just all forget the North Carolina experience ever even happened. Jordan Hudson will have like a headset on.
She'll actually have like a Hollywood story of like on the new Wags show.
At some point, he's going to get tired of her, and it's going to be a really funny thing for me.
Who does he get tired of first, Mike Lombardi or Jordan Hudson?
You're right. His loyalty Lombardi shows he doesn't get tired of people easily, does he?
Yeah. Well, no. If somebody else runs him away, then absence makes the heart grow fonder. But Belichick, and by the way, I've thought Urban wants his version of this in college forever. He just hasn't got somebody to bite. Like, I think Bill...
His version of what he's doing with Lombardi?
No. I think Bill Belichick wants an NFL job this cycle so he can reclaim this narrative about him falling flat on his face, both post-Tom Brady and at UNC. I think Urban has been itching. I know he'll say otherwise. I think Urban has been itching to get a college job so that the last thing people don't think of him is what happened in Jacksonville.
I think Urban just loves to coach, and he just wants to do it until the day he dies, essentially. And so every time he steps away, it's because his wife is like, hey, you have health problems? Maybe you need to not do this. And then he listens to her, and then he regrets it immediately.
So he gives that up, but not the...
It's like Nick Saban describing what he does now, and he's like, I vacuum the floors. It's been going great for me.
Yeah, Miss Terry's not going to let him coach again.
Did you see that video with the cake?
Yeah.
She snapped at him immediately.
Get up off that couch.
Get up off that couch.
It makes sense.
That one scared me a little bit, though, if I'm being honest.
You ever meet somebody who, at work, they're a total boss, and then you see them at home and they're just a total simp? It makes sense.
I mean, I think most guys end up being total simps at home in many ways.
I think...
You just think I am?
Tiger got out of the cage on that one. I think it just might be your experience.
I saw what was happening with Miss Terry there and Nick Saban, and I was like, man, I think about retirement often.
50 years.
I think retirement often, but that saw right into my future there. I'm like, she's going to tell me to get up and blow out my birthday candles. I don't want to blow out my birthday candles.
I couldn't even.
I don't want to blow out my birthday candles.
Couldn't act like I wasn't because I was even pointing at you.
Well, I've admitted enough on the air. We all know who runs that household. That's not even a surprise.
I like when you're worried about the newborn being like, man, she's just going to grow up.
I told you, I'm not even. It goes wife first. Charlotte bosses me around left and right. She's not even 3 yet, and this newborn she's coming for me.
Yep. I'm
a Sims character to the people in my house.
Here's the thing.
That's all. I'm just one big Sims character. Just go get groceries. Come out and get groceries.
You've got even numbers.
Go do this. Okay, great.
When you have uneven math, like we got 5 people in our house, this could go any way. But traditionally, and this actually does track in my family, there were 4 of us that lived in our house. So I was like my dad. My mom and sister were very much alike. I think the little baby girl might be. Right? Maybe Charlotte's
the boy I never had.
Or just like somebody who's not going to boss you around all the time.
The Magic 8 Ball says not likely, man. Yeah. Magic 8 Ball says I'm just,
like, hey, Dad, do you want to tell me to do something so you can feel like you got some power here?
I'm just their Sims character, man. I'm telling you. I'm just playing out whatever directive they want.
Third best odds, John Gruden, plus 800. Clint Kubiak, plus 800. Mike Kafka, the interim head coach, plus 900. Lou Anarumo, plus 950. And then 2 guys at plus 1,000, Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Brady.
I thought Kingsbury would have a higher run there. So you didn't see, I don't know if you saw or not, did you see the name that is floated from the New York Post that you did not mention in that little stretch there?
Is it Steven Kostanski?
It's not.
Oh, darn. Who is it?
Mike Tomlin.
Just come on.
New York Post.
It's not happening.
Legitimate New York Post Giants insiders are saying Tomlin to the Giants
it's just not
is what they need to do and how they need to pull this off.
I just like that kind of. This is how when you push Mike Tomlin and then you end up with Lou Anarumo, you're gonna piss people off with this stuff. They got to be realistic. Tomlin's not. Tomlin's. Come on, you know.
You're just gonna make people mad.
And here's the thing.
You might because you give them the big shiny object and then you end up with. Mike Kafka did look pretty decent in those 6 games, didn't he?
Here's the thing. Any of the guys I mentioned, I can see hypothetically being good hires. The problem is, I can also see them being the next Brian Daboll, Joe Judge, or any of the other scrubs that they've hired since they ran Tom Coughlin into retirement, and it just hasn't worked.
Consistently, the most exciting names we bring up for any of these jobs, including ours, are ones that already have jobs right now. Yeah, well,
Matt LaFleur,
like it's all the guys.
D'Amico Ryan,
even Zach Taylor. Like we're talking, like they're all these guys seem so much more exciting than the people that are out there right now, and that makes it really hard for the Browns.
Of those names that you heard of the sea of meh, which one sounded the most interesting? If we take the Giants off of it, any of those do anything for you? We do have cash. Love it,
hate it.
Coming up in about 15 minutes, but more on this when we come back on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it is Jonathan for my friends over there at Summit Sound. Over the weekend, I went over there and I got the remote starter done for my car, and it has been a godsend ever since. Remote starter starting at $419 installed. The process was so easy. I just dropped it off to Roger and his team. They gave me a set of wheels. I went and did my stuff, did my business, came back a couple hours later, and then boom, I'm ready to go. And on days like today, when the weather's getting a little bit colder, there was nothing better than just going into my garage, turning on the car, opening up the garage, and then just hanging out and going back, doing my business, coming back out, and just all ready to go. And the car was warmed up and everything. And one cool feature on this, guys, I could do it all from my phone.
of Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
Northeast Ohio, driven by Conrad's.
A great offer for Michelin. Now through December 9th, get an $80 Visa reward card or Visa virtual prepaid card after online submission when you buy 4 new Michelin passenger or light truck tires. Learn more at econrads.com.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
In case you missed it, coming up in roughly 20 minutes here, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Not only should we root for the Jets, because of draft position.
Yeah.
I also am a fan of chaos, and my favorite thing about this weekend is between the Jets game with the Browns, the Jets game with the Patriots. The only real reason I feel this way is because it's Thursday Night Football. That's an element of chaos. It could be fun. I actually also don't think the Ravens are as unbeatable as everyone started to. They've been better the last couple weeks. They've won 3 straight games. Lamar's back. The defense is still not the greatest defense that they've had.
They've been playing much better lately, though.
Yeah, they have been.
Past 4 weeks, they've been playing really good. It's not a great defense as a whole, but they haven't allowed 20 points in 4 weeks. They've looked really good the last 4 weeks. Some are saying they're trending upwards, Nick.
I think given what their problems are on offense, they don't run the ball the same way anymore. Lamar's still Lamar, but they don't run the ball the same way anymore, and the offensive line is booty cheeks. I think that in and of itself could make that game much closer than people realize.
All right, let's unpack this now, because Ashley yesterday said that she didn't put a guarantee or a shock the world on it or anything like that, but she said it wouldn't surprise her, essentially, if the Browns beat the Ravens, although she said she admitted she did not have any really great reasons why. It was just kind of like this gut feeling for herself. Andrew Siciliano today on With Baskin and Phelps basically said the same exact thing. He's like, I got no reasons why. Man, I wish Gabe was here. I'd love to do a Siciliano impression. I got no reasons why, but I feel like the Browns have a real chance to upset the Ravens this weekend. Where is this coming from?
One, I think Kevin Stefanski is always good for one of these.
The division in general.
The division
Usually
in general.
The division, we just kind of throw out the record books. These games are always tight.
And listen,
we know they're always tight between the Ravens and the Steelers.
I just think with Stefanski, the one thing I have trust him to do is be competitive in this division, and usually what that means is you get one blowout against the Ravens, and you get one shockingly close, and sometimes it's a win against the Ravens, and well, you already got the blowout this year.
Yeah, I wonder if people are living in with basically what happened last year, and you're just like, all right, you'll split this. You'll split this with the Ravens, you split it with the Steelers, and this is just kind of how we go about these things. So this is now we're like due. This is now our turn. But it is interesting how the Browns always seem to have that when their back's against the wall and it feels like everyone is right on the brink of giving up. They do something that gives you a little shred of hope.
By the way, I'd like to point out right now that so I quote tweeted the Paul DePodesta thing back when we found out about it, where Paul DePodesta says, "Well, I'm the play caller." And
he did it just like that too.
Exactly like that.
Obviously, rewind.
It kind of like Krusty the Clown, and I was like, "Well, that's weird." I never realized that. But basically, I'd said
Chuck E. Cheese vibes.
I called it an infuriating and smug response and a shot at Stefanski and Toot. I think that's his name.
Well, he likes to toot his own horn.
The creator. I bet you doesn't create a damn thing.
Are you still talking about horns?
Maybe in like the fast food line, he's really good about putting that burger together. However, he said, "Bro,
that's a respectable job, Nick."
He said, "Bro, you got be so hollow-minded to think this was a shot at Stefanski." Guys, if you can't form a proper sentence, your shot at me is null and void, right? Like the whole point.
Bro, you got a hollow mind?
No. He said, "Bro, you got be so hollow-minded."
Oh, he's trying to say you got to be?
Yeah. He's an idiot.
I mean, bro. I haven't seen people use bro in a while.
Oh, I see bro jobs left and right.
You see bro jobs?
Everybody.
A lot of bro jobs?
Well, here's the thing. It's all kids do now.
Bro jobs.
Yeah, like, bruh. I get bruh a lot.
Brah's different. Yeah,
and I'm so... every once in a while, my daughters will call me bruh, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's that I'm old now, but I'm like, the name's Dad. You can call me Dad. I have earned that.
They never go bro, though.
No, I've gotten bro.
You get bro. Your kids bro you?
They do dap me up, bro. And I'm like, no, that's not how this goes.
Isn't that just kind of them being funny, though? Is that all that is?
Yeah, pass.
Yeah.
Reverse Uno card.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What's your response there? I mean, teach me. Because for my daughter, when she comes up and goes...
Usually something profane.
Go, what's up, bro?
Or very dismissive.
I'll probably laugh. I think that's probably funny.
By the way,
what's up, bro?
not all the time. I've dapped them up before.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
It's just really funny to see like a small rural child be like, dab me up, bro. And it's like, are you being funny or just not understand how funny this looks?
I think it might be a guess there. I think that stuff's hysterical. I love that. I love that stuff.
But yeah, the bro's still very bountiful. Yeah, I think this is what happens when you live in a house of women. Happened to me for a long time.
I lose the broness. I'm losing all broness.
You've lost complete broness, and there's nothing wrong with that because I want you to be a broness brother again. Okay, I want you to be.
They were in town last night. Is that why it was top of mind for you?
That and the fact that, God, it was a son of a gun to get the hell out of downtown last night.
It really wasn't for me. They made this the one-way streets now, and that's been a godsend for me.
Yeah,
it used to be a pain in the butt to get out of this place. Now it's been great.
Although the only thing I'll say
call.
is...
Whoever did that one, if Mayor Bibb, if that was you, good job, buddy.
There's a guy my age.
You did good.
There's a guy clearly about 40 walking to the Jonas Brothers concert. And
was he taking his kids or something?
No, it was just him. And I wanted to roll down the window and be like, brah, what are we doing here, brah?
I'm gonna hope he was just meeting his family. I'm gonna hope he was meeting his. That's when I see those scenarios, glass half full, I guess.
Yeah.
But I'm like, he's meeting his family there.
Is it because you fear that's what you're going to turn into very shortly?
Well, I'm going to be the dad. I'll be the dad taking my kids there.
When you're like Miss Julie's show.
You kidding me?
You forgot to take the girls.
I forgot to take them?
Yeah. Isn't
only
she
for
the
Miss
dish?
Julie. Only for Miss Julie.
Miss Julie, yeah.
That's divorce, Jonathan.
Yeah.
And then we had a Miss Julie show.
That's Jonathan getting divorced. Jonathan getting divorced because he went to Miss Julie by himself.
No, when we went to Gabby's Playhouse, or Gabby's Dollhouse, excuse me, at the Playhouse Square the other day. I walked in, so I was late, obviously, because the show started at like 6. I got done here at 7. So I walk on over there, and it's like 7 o'clock and a half hour left. And I was like, I walked in. And Nick, the looks on these people's faces was like, you obviously have the wrong place. Yeah. You're in the wrong area. You don't mean to be here right now. Can we escort you out? I'm like, no, I'm meeting my daughter.
And they're like, yeah, sure. We hear that a lot.
I almost got frisked. Like they patted down my bag in an unnecessary way.
Yeah.
And then the oddest thing out of all this, so they gave me like the 3rd degree, right, and trying to get through, and then they didn't even check for my tickets or anything like that. After all that, the build up, and I had to be like, I'm here to see my daughter, and they're like, that's okay. Yeah, you could tell they were judging that. You could tell they were. Yeah, they thought I was just a single guy, just trying to go to Gabby's Dollhouse. I don't know what's going on.
Just wait till you go to Miss Julie and you get caught going full Pee Wee Herman. I'll tell you.
Unbelievable you are.
That'll be the moment where Lisa's like, all right.
You're an unbelievable human.
Listen, she's very talented.
Full Pee Wee Herman.
It's time to put it on the line with Cash Lovett, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
Now that was out of pocket. We welcome on Cash Lovett on the fan hotline. Cash, I promise we don't set it up this way intentionally. It just kind of happens because it's 6:30.
Hey, absolutely appreciate it. And just dap me up, bro, and we're able to get rocking and rolling.
All right, brah, let's get started. What's your first game on the docket, brah?
Bro, we're going to start with the Jets and the Patriots. We could get fancy, do something Patriots minus 13 or minus 1,000, but we're just going to keep it nice and easy. As we witnessed last week, the Jets had minus 11 passing yards at half. I don't expect it to get much better against this defense, so we're going to stick with the Thursday tradition of under 43 points.
That's a good one, brah.
All right, brah. Didn't love it.
You did. No, you did not love it. Me and Cash are Brian left and right. You did not, Brian.
No.
Don't bro me if you don't know me. All right. Notre Dame at Pitt. Cash, what do we got in the college ranks?
We've got the touchdown bruh sitting in the end zone as the Irish are going to be running all over Pitt as they've given up well over 100 yards to West Virginia and NC State. Notre Dame is going to not take their foot off the gas, minus 12.5, and I feel comfortable with this well over 2 touchdowns.
Well, bro, Montana, let's keep it in the college ranks here. Oklahoma on the road against Alabama. Future Browns quarterback Ty Simpson. And Alabama, what you got, bro, Chacho?
Well, if you want to go ahead and mention him, he'll be my number one thing, is he only has 1 interception on the entire year. He has done absolutely phenomenal taking care of the ball. The wide receivers. Ryan Williams has a little bit of a drops issue, but Jeremy Bernard is playing phenomenal. Alabama -6 as Oklahoma can't take advantage of the Alabama run defense.
Cash Summer saying Arch Manning is back. This, to me, is the matchup of the week. Texas at Georgia. How do you see it?
Well, as a diehard Longhorn fan and us looking for a little bit of revenge, we may have a few beer bottles stored up from last year if we are going to need them due to some of the calls Georgia has gotten this year. I don't know if you saw Auburn, where they should have lost and took away a touchdown. But Texas is getting 6.5 points. They're not going to need them. They're going to win outright. Texas plus 200 on the money line.
All right, Cash, that brings us to the main event. The last time I checked, I think it was Browns are 7.5-point dogs at home against the Ravens. What is the latest that they're underdogs, and how do you see this game going?
It is still at 7.5. I did hear y'all say that they usually keep it close. Remind you, we picked against the Browns in the same exact spot in week 2. That game ended 41-17. We have now gone to a worse quarterback who has a QBR of 4, which last time I checked is a number lower than 5. Not very good. Whenever a team blitzes a defensive back, which the Ravens do more than any other team, I don't see the result being very much different. Ravens all the way up to, again, -2 touchdowns. Sadly, the Browns somehow lost the game, allowing -11 passing yards at half.
Okay.
Cannot be stressed enough.
How committed to this? Can we get you to take the Browns and the points?
No. I mean, maybe I would feel more comfortable taking the Ravens -20 than the Browns +20.
Are you sure?
Ooh.
As sure as I am that Dylan Gabriel is not 6 feet tall. I mean, I think that's why everyone's like, hey, I can't figure out why I like the Browns. It's just because they see themselves as the Browns quarterback.
But Cash,
Short Kings love him.
Are you sure?
No. What I think JP's asking is, now that I've asked it, are you really sure? Like, how sure, on like a scale of 1 to a bajillion, where are we at with the sureness here?
As sure as Dylan Gabriel's QBR against the blitz.
I feel shorn. Yeah, I want to say the stat is, and I'm going to bastardize this one real good. I think Lamar is 13-0 against rookie quarterbacks. I can't remember the time frame, but you bring a rookie quarterback in and he's going to just dust you.
That's interesting because, Tomlin's numbers against rookie quarterbacks is also insane. I think it was 8-0 last time I checked when Dylan had played him the first time. So between the two of them, not great.
Now, his record against geriatric quarterbacks, Mike Tomlin's, not great, Bob. Makes Joe Flacco look like old Joe Flacco, young Joe Flacco. You know what I mean. You get it. Cash, love it. Hate it. Great stuff.
Put it on the line with Cash Lovett, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
Markoch, we hadn't said goodbye to him.
We were still throwing out.
Markoch. Come on, he hung up. You dejected. You basically threw the man off the air. That is a guest and a client of the show.
I apologize to Cash. I got a long pause, and I just hit the button.
What else do you do? What else do you? We don't just. I didn't hear it.
That's on me.
Yeah, but no, I didn't hear the sound.
What?
Sound of you.
He wants you to.
Yeah.
Like that. Like so hard that you hear it.
Yeah. You don't have
you don't have that in you.
You don't have
that in you.
Yeah,
okay.
you're a very bony young man.
Yeah,
it's
we'll
okay.
work on that.
It's all right. But it is your bad. And you know what? We own that. We own that.
Just like Dylan Gabriel.
In case we missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
only. Exclusions apply.
You'll have a clear evening, lows of 43.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Miss one day and you miss a lot. We are the radio home of the Cleveland Browns.
Here we go, Brownies! Here we go!
92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. Want to say a big thanks to our guest today, Bill Rabinowitz at 320 today. Great stuff with him. If you guys didn't hear our interview with Bill, we talked a lot about this Ohio State team. We also talked, of course, about Ohio State, Indiana potentially as a showdown. But Bill, the writer of Buckeye Brotherhood, check out the book. It's about the 2024 Buckeyes championship team. Pete Futek at 420 Day of College Football News. And then, of course, the always incredible Cash. Love it. Hate it. In the previous segment there, if you guys missed 1 second of today's show, don't forget, not only do you have it up on the free Odyssey app, but the entire show is up there. The live stream is up on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Make sure to hit the like, by the way. We like to be liked. But before we go, let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, Nick, we're going to start off with A.J. Brown. So on Wednesday morning, all right, video had surfaced showing streamer Janky Rondo. That's his name, Janky Rondo. I'd make fun of it more.
Been a big Janky Rondo guy for a while now.
At first, I was like, oh, let's make fun of this. And then I was like, well, I guess he's streaming with A.J. Brown. So, like, he's doing something right. So Janky Rondo is streaming with A.J. Brown, and they're playing Madden. And at one point, the gamer asked Brown if everything was going well. And A.J. Brown goes in this whole thing like, no, not really. Like, personal life, everything's great, but not really everything when it comes to, everything else. And so A.J. Brown was asked about that at his locker, and this is what the wide receiver had to say.
Last year, what it was, thank you for the ring, but it's a new season. They adapted, we have to adapt, and we have to continue to, get better and try to find new ways. So that's where the frustration comes in, because it's not about winning, you guys. I want to win, yes. I want to help contribute as well, do our thing on offense as well. I think that's fair.
I kind of love the mentality of thank you for the ring, but I think the comments that he made with the streamer attached to the idea that he's now going online and telling all fantasy football owners, just drop him. If you own him, just drop him. He's not even going to be productive. Kind of a bad sign from A.J. Brown here.
Yeah, I think this is, I don't know. I mean, when was the Jalen Hurts big to do with A.J. Brown last year? Wasn't it in week 11 or week 12 anyways?
Yeah, it was around there. Yeah.
So maybe this is just right on track for them to get their crap together. I understand that players getting their stats is twofold. One, I want to be a part of why we win. And two, I understand they make $30 million a year, and if my stats aren't where my stats need to be, I'm going to not make $30 million a year in the very near future.
We should note for people, this is coming after a 3-target, 2-catch for 13-yard game on Monday Night Football.
Understand that. However, when you win at this level, kind of think just shut up and win.
Well, he's showing us who he is. He's done this always before, but I the way that he's doing this is so interesting to me. It's kind of what always has made this whole Eagles thing so impressive / confusing, is that it feels like they're constantly a culture bleep, and yet they won the Super Bowl last year, and they're still winning a lot this year. And so there's an interesting thing happening within this Eagles team.
Yeah, I think what this also shows is some dysfunction is actually okay. Like if a guy... let's take AJ at face value. If the guy's frustrated because he's not putting up big stats because he's not the reason why you're winning, I think that's acceptable. It's not great. I'm not trying to paint it as that, but that versus the guy who just like Kenny Britt, Dwayne Bowe. Those guys were here because they got paid a lot of money by the organization, and then were just absolutely the worst human beings in the locker room.
Yeah,
that's not this.
No, but I think really what this might be is more of a push for this offense, right? This offense has been, kind of brutal. They're 25th in the NFL in passing yards. They're 12th in points per game. Their third down offense is 27th in the NFL. Saquon looks like a different Saquon this year. He can't run at all, it feels like. Like to the point when Micah Parsons online himself was like quoting the game he had against Saquon. Everyone was like, yeah, Saquon doesn't run against anybody. Like, what are you even talking about now at this point? Like, their offense does look a little bit different. I wonder if this is him just trying to give it a shot in the arm and maybe he just missed.
I want to go back to Elliott Wolf. This is part of the Patriots post-deadline program, which was on their social media feed. Former Browns executive, now Patriots GM, Elliott Wolf, was asked about the team's lack of movement at the deadline and whether that upset him.
I'm always frustrated when we're not able to help improve the team. Mm-hmm. It takes two. We made a lot of calls. We did a lot of work on that, and ultimately we just didn't feel like, giving up 3-1s for somebody was probably the right move at this time.
Now, that implication is that there's only one guy out there that they would conceivably give up 3-1s for.
Yeah. And
it would be Myles Garrett, because that's the only guy that there was a report out there that there was 3-1s on the table for. So somebody asked me this question. And it was on Twitter, so I'm sorry that I forgot who it was, but it was a great diabolical question. I can guarantee you this offseason that Myles goes for 3 firsts.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. And I like that idea, by the way.
But you have to restructure Deshaun's contract one more time.
So he's already here to 2027. You want him to 2028? Is that the idea?
Don't get into the nerdery here.
How does the restructuring
I'm just
work?
saying you just have to restructure it one more time.
How long do I have Deshaun then?
Through 2026.
We already have him through 2026.
I don't think you do. I think you're wrong on that.
I'm not wrong on that.
Well, no. That's what the nerds on social media say. He's not going to be here next year.
March of 2027 is the first time that you can actually realistically do this. The nerds are telling me that. That's not like me. That nerds, your nerds are wrong.
No. I'm not saying my nerds. I'm saying he's not going to be here next year. Unless you do this.
You lost me. He's going to be here next year.
No, he's not.
Where's he going?
Hell if I know.
Okay.
I love that you think he's going to be here. I know what the nerds are telling you. I'm not saying they're wrong.
I've discussed with the nerds.
I'm saying the Browns are going to find.
We had a meeting about it. We've discussed it. We're all in agreement. March of 2027 is when Deshaun will actually be away from this team.
And I have a feeling.
Not until then.
I have a feeling that there's something the Browns are going to do to make sure that's not going to happen.
Okay.
Whatever that could be.
So, all right. So I'm already living with the idea that March of 2027 is it. So the restructuring part of this doesn't bother me, I guess. So I guess I'll take the deal.
Is there a team? I've earmarked the Rams.
I'll take the deal.
Because the Rams have the Falcons first rounder this next year, and it's out of conference. So I get 3 firsts. I get another first in 2027, which I think then, if you don't take a quarterback this year, allows you to trade up then.
Okay.
The Rams are the team, for me.
There's 4 teams that have multiple firsts in next year's draft.
Browns, Jets,
Rams, and I'm missing one. What's the 4th team?
No idea. Dallas? Yeah,
Dallas. That's right. Dallas with that. Okay, great.
Dallas is another one.
I think Dallas makes a lot of sense. Jerry trying to do right after the Parsons deal and everything like that. He's going to screw Micah Parsons. I'll get you guys Myles Garrett and make that his thing.
Myles and Quinnen would be fun together.
That defense is wrecked in Dallas.
Not great.
They're so bad.
They're not good.
They're so bad.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson and Michael Markoch on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren on the old YouTube stream again, guys. If you missed a second of the show, check us out on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. All 5 hours of the show. We also have a couple clips up there as well. Great job out of Jake Murren on YouTube and, of course, producing. Great job out of Meredith Kane and Matt Corelli on the 2020s as well, JP. We did it.
We did do it.
This was scintillating. We had the DePodesta stuff. We had the Miles stuff. We had the why do you hate the Browns now conversation.
Yeah, that
I feel like we really worked through some stuff today.
We did a lot today, did we not?
I think we did.
Yeah, we did.
Good stuff.
All right, had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
We'll be back tomorrow. F-Off Friday, Football Friday. We'll see you guys there.